Chapter 23:12. It was naturally impossible for a god to have a smurf account, but a god could use the mecha left behind from the past. Not everyone would sell the old mecha after obtaining a new mecha, but would keep it instead. However, it was impossible for the history geek to be such a god. Of course, it was impossible. Looking at his ID, it was completely obscured. No one had ever heard of a god using such an ID. Oh, what do we do? Cece, we are still too late. At that moment, two girls appeared at the entrance of the simulation room. They were two young and beautiful girls. One of them looked rather tall, about 7 meters tall. She was dressed rather casually and had a pretty face. At that moment, there was a look of regret on her face that could not be concealed. And beside her was a girl that only reached her shoulder. She did not look tall, but her skin was as white as snow. Her face was delicate, and she looked like a child. She looked much younger than her actual age. However, what was equally outstanding about her delicate face was the well-developed curves of her chest. Wrapped in her school uniform, they trembled slightly as though they would burst out of her clothes at any moment. She had a slender figure and looked filled with youth. Zhong Jinyun looked regretfully at the pretty girl that only reached her shoulder. It was not easy for her to convince her best friend, the famous school belle of 8th High School, Donley, to help Gao Tianxi, who knew that it was already too late by the time they arrived. Since it has begun, I'll be heading back. Dawn turned around to leave. She had no intention of staying. She had planned on helping Gao Tianxi because she could not stand her best friend's persistent pestering. But since she could not make it in time, it did not matter. Cece, it has already begun. Let's go take a look. We'll head back after we're done. Zhong Jinyun pulled Dawn back. As she swayed, Dawn's chest trembled slightly. He pried Zhong Jinyun's fingers off his arm one by one and said, "Yunyin, you should know me. I'm not interested in such a low-level amateur competition. Cece, I won't allow you to talk about him. He's a 5-star player and a professional player. Even in an ordinary club, he's a main player." Zhong Jinyun said righteously. "So what? Besides, even if his skills are pleasing to the eye, his teammates are too far behind. He's already lucky to be able to make it to the 9th match. It's not worth watching a match that relies on luck." Dawn did not succumb to Zhong Jinyun's dignified expression. She only rolled her eyes at Zhong Jinyun. She knew very well that her roommate and best friend was Gao Tianxi's fervent and loyal fan. Gao Tianxi was handsome and had excellent grades in both literature and martial arts. Most importantly, he had an excellent family background. Coupled with his cheerful personality, many girls were attracted to him. Even her best friend, who was also a goddess in the hearts of many boys, had fallen in love a long time ago. However, she also had the right to be proud. She, who was in the same year as Gao Tianxi, was already the vice president of the school's mecha society. Moreover, she had the combat power of a 6-star, which made her one of the best among the professional ranks. Whose is this green bird type 1? It's actually that historical geek. Many people's discussions sounded in their ears. This puzzled the two of them. Gao Tianxi, who had always been the center of attention, was not the center of attention this time. Green bird type 1? There was actually someone who was using the green bird type 1 to compete. Such a person was either a rookie or an absolute expert. Dawn, who was planning on leaving, suddenly became interested. She squinted her adorable smiling eyes and revealed a lowly face that could make countless otakus drool. She said, "If that's the case, I'll go take a look." The two of them squeezed in. When the boys saw that the two goddesses had arrived, they made way for them. However, there were a few who felt envious. It was good to be handsome. Even when playing mecha, there were goddesses who came to watch. From their point of view, the two goddesses were naturally here to watch the school hunk, Gao Tianxi. At the very least, Zhong Jinyun was like that. Goddess Zhong had long fallen for Gao Tianxi's genes. This was no longer a secret. However, What was enough to comfort many boys was that goddess Zhong only had unrequited love. Gao Tianzi had never expressed his acceptance of her. However, this also made many people feel indignant while consoling themselves. Why was it that they could not get close to her? Yet Gao Tianzi had rejected her. So what if he was rich? So what if he was handsome? Hence, a large number of Zhong Jinyun's fans turned from passers-by to anti-fans. However, Dawn was naturally not that bored. From her point of view, only Gao Tianzi's standard in the Decepticon battle team was passable. The others did not even enter her sights. Her eyes were only fixated on Yi Shiwen. This rookie who dared to use an antique mecha like the Green Bird Type 1 in the advancement match might also be an expert. However, they were quickly disappointed. After watching for a while, Yi Shiwen's performance was rather clumsy. It was obvious that he was unfamiliar with many aspects. He was not just a rookie, but a rookie who had just started playing. Even a layman could tell that Yi Shiwen was only considered a layman. His hand speed was not fast, and the Green Bird Type 1 appeared crooked under his control. Yi Shiwen naturally did not know how many people were watching him. He was only focused on familiarizing himself with his controls. Even the beginning of the match did not attract his attention. Originally, Gao Tianzi and the others had hoped that Yi Shiwen could give them some support. After all, it was better than nothing to have a super long-range sniper. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would only learn some basic movements? He had no intention of helping them. Even Gao Tianzi had given up. Maybe he had made a mistake back then. From the looks of it, it was fate that the Decepticon Tiger battle team was unable to become a professional battle team. As for Yi Shiwen, he was the one who had forcefully pulled him in, so it was not appropriate to blame Yi Shiwen. However, the others were not as good-tempered. Damn, rookie, are you retarded? Move. Even if you don't want to support us, why don't you run? Do you want to stand there and be a target? If you can't, then get lost. In the face of these curses, Yi Shiwen was not the slightest bit moved. He just began to familiarize himself step by step. The last time he logged in, he was just playing around. On the spot, he had just tested the range of the sniper rifle. It was at that time that Gao Tianzi had stimulated him. What's up with that guy on the other side? Green Bird Type 1. F***CK, that scared me to death. I thought it was some god, but it turned out to be a rookie. Look at his movements, it's a little stiff. It's obvious that he's a rookie. Your head is mine. In the distant universe, a figure appeared behind a meteorite. He was holding a huge sniper rifle in his hand. His eyes were looking at the distant Green Bird Type 1. In the cockpit, a thin young man sneered. When the Green Bird Type 1 had first appeared, it had almost scared the hell out of the people on their side. They knew the ins and outs of the 8th high school, so they did not think that Yi Shiwen was a god. What they didn't know was that, in their opinion, Gao Tianzi couldn't have found a rookie to participate in such an important promotion competition. Like the Decepticon Tiger battle team, they had also won 9 matches in a row. However, unlike the Decepticon Tiger battle team, they had won 9 matches in a row. Because their team was a quasi-professional battle team, they had 3 5-star experts and the remaining 2 were 4-star experts. This was a completely quasi-professional battle team. Because they were newly formed, they had to participate in this promotion competition. It could only be said that the luck of the Decepticon Tiger battle team was really bad. Sure enough, as soon as they made their move, they quickly suppressed the members of the Decepticon Tiger battle team. They were suppressed to the point where they could not even lift their heads. Coupled with Yi Shiwen's inaction, it was almost 4 against 5, and they instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Therefore, they were very cautious in the beginning. Even when the battle was the most intense, they did not attack Yi Shiwen. However, now they had figured out that this guy was simply a rookie. Although they did not know why the opponent would find such a rookie to participate in this competition, it had nothing to do with them. Don't worry about these details. The long sniper rifle was instantly raised and locked on the distant Green Bird Type 1. At the same time, in Yi Shiwen's cockpit, a shrill alarm instantly flashed. proving that they had been locked on. Not good, this rookie has been locked on, Zhong Jinyun quickly said with an anxious look on her face. Why would this rookie participate in such an important competition? She was about to die from anxiety. For her, there was probably no more important time than this. In her opinion, Yi Shiwen's appearance was simply a mistake. He was not good enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to spoil things. If because of such a stupid and overconfident rookie, Gao Tianxi lost the competition, she would certainly not let Yi Shiwen go. Shua! From afar, a laser beam crossed the entire battlefield and went straight towards Yi Shiwen. Not good, that rookie. Yang Kong and the others could not help but roar, although they were very unhappy with Yi Shiwen's behavior, but they still understood that one more person was one more portion of strength. The opponent's savage laughter appeared on the public channel. I want this head. At this time, only about 3 minutes had passed since the start of the competition. Only 3 minutes had passed, and one of them had already been taken care of. One could imagine that the following battles would be even more difficult to fight. The anticipated explosion did not come. This shot actually missed and hit the side of the Bluebird Type 1. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? The people on the other side must be blind. They couldn't even hit a moving target. Chapter 23:13. Someone blurted out this sentence, which was also what everyone was thinking. It seemed that Yi Shiwen's actions were indeed a bit of a scam. In their eyes, Yi Shiwen's movements were simply slow and clumsy. No matter how weak a rookie was, he would still be like this. Who would have thought that he would actually miss a shot? This was simply a scam. The sniper on the other side seemed to be quite skilled. Just a few shots were enough to make the tyrannical Sky Tiger team flustered. Even Gao Tianxi was no exception. There were at least 3 opponents who were at the same level as him. The other 2 were enough to suppress a few of his team members. Even Zhong Jinyun, who had the most confidence in him, could tell that he was done for this time. This was because he had encountered such an abnormal team. They were almost at the professional level, and the only one in the tyrannical Sky Tiger team who could compare to them was Gao Tianxi. The 2 sides were not even on the same level. How could they play? It was a completely different matter. This was simply bullying. This time, from the crowd's point of view, there was no longer any suspense. Although Yi Shiwen was not good enough, it was not his fault. If it was the original sniper, he might not have fared any better. The difference in level between the 2 sides was too great. But what happened just now? Did he miss? Even a professional level player could miss. It was a scam. The scene of the rookie being shot in the head did not happen as everyone had imagined. How was this possible? This was the only word that popped up in everyone's mind. To them, this was simply too inconceivable. It was a miracle. No, it's not luck. At the critical moment, the rookie dodged it. A glint flashed in Dawn's beautiful, smiling eyes. She had finally found something that piqued her interest in the competition that had left her so bored that she was about to fall asleep. Not only had her mecha skills reached 6 stars, but her martial arts skills were also not bad. She had long broken into the innate realm, and her dynamic vision had reached an extremely high level. Just now, she clearly saw that the rookie had dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. It should be known that mecha were not humans. No matter how fast their reflexes were, it would still be very difficult for them to evade the attacks of these beam weapons. Only a certain degree of prediction would be possible. They would have to predict the trajectory of the opponent's attacks in advance to be able to dodge in advance. Although there are some people who could reach this level by relying on their super fast hand speed, she didn't think that this rookie could have such a terrifying hand speed. Of course, it could also be a coincidence, but she wasn't a person who believed in so-called coincidences. Although this rookie's movements were rusty, his prediction made her eyes light up. He didn't have any extraordinary hand speed, but he was able to dodge the opponent's professional sniper with his extraordinary prediction. His prediction talent was quite impressive. The sniper on the other side was dumbfounded. How is this possible? How could I fail? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Damn rookie! Why don't you just stand there and take a beating? Why are you moving? I'll finish you off with one shot. Under his control, the mecha raised its spear once again and instantly locked onto Yishuin. Then it fired a shot. Shyo! Another gigantic beam of light tore through the entire battlefield and headed straight for Yishuin. However, this time it did not hit Yishuin again. It shot past him and hit Guichu again. Holy sh*T, he's really blind. Someone could not help but curse. The first time was a miss, and the second time was a miss. If he wasn't blind, what was it? Holy sh*T, this rookie's luck is way too good. That's right. 2 shots failed to finish him off. It's practically a miracle. A beautiful smile flashed across Dawn's lips. She was even more certain that she had not guessed wrongly. It was indeed a prediction and not so-called luck. Holy sh*T, this historical geek's luck is way too good. Yang Kong and company could not help but feel envious and jealous. They were locked in a stalemate on the battlefield, but Yishuin, who was at the back, had it easy. However, the only thing that could be rejoiced was that the opponent's sniper was being held back by Yishuin. Hence, he could not disturb them, so there was no need to worry about a sudden shot. Damn it, what's going on? The opponent's sniper was going crazy. Die. Phew. 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 The long-range sniper's beam rifle constantly shot at Yishuin, but every shot missed. It flew past Yishuin, as though the cyan bird I had some equipment that distorted light. However, the opponent's long-range sniper had completely exposed his position. Gao Tianzi immediately rushed forward to finish him off, but he was stopped by the remaining experts. Even though the opponent's sniper had exposed his position, he still could not do anything to them. The difference in strength was just too great. However, at that moment, everyone could tell that the opponent's sniper's repeated failures were not as simple as a miss. Missing once was a miss, but missing 10 times was no longer a miss. The opponent's sniper was by no means a weakling, and was definitely at the professional stage as well. Yet he could not do anything to an antique mech like the cyan bird type 1. It definitely could not be described as good luck. It could only be said that this rookie definitely had some sort of ability that others did not know about. Foresight, this was foresight. It seemed that the cyan bird eye's movements were not very agile. It was obvious that its hand speed was average. So, to be able to dodge repeatedly, it must be foresight that had played a role. The so-called foresight was also an amazing sixth sense. Generally, only veterans who had experienced life and death situations and countless bloody battles could have this kind of ability. However, this kind of thing like a sixth sense could not be very accurate every time. If this continued, sooner or later, there would be a time when he would miss, and when that time came, he would be shot in the head. The cyan bird eye itself was not the type of mech that had thick skin and thick flesh. Moreover, it was an antique mech from decades ago. Facing the opponent's professional mech, it was almost a matter of one shot. However, for Gao Tianzi and the others, this time they finally confirmed that at least this rookie was not completely useless. He was still able to stall the opponent's sniper, preventing the opponent's sniper from pulling out his hand. This was also considered a great skill. However, the situation of the battle still took a turn for the worse. Even without the opponent's sniper sniping, the gap between the two sides was still too big. The first to be killed was Guang Baran. The opponent seized an opening and beheaded him on the spot. At this time, it had only been 5 minutes since the start of the match. With Guang Baran seized an opening and killed, the entire fragile balance was quickly broken. Yang Kong was directly killed by the opponent's beam saber, and the remaining Chao Hong was also killed by the indiscriminate bombardment. Although his mech had thick skin and thick flesh, it could not withstand the siege of several people. Now, the tyrannical tiger team only had Gao Tianzi and Yishuin left. Under the attacks of several masters, Gao Tianzi struggled to hold on, while Yishuin was still relying on his amazing foresight to constantly dodge. However, in the eyes of everyone, failure was only a matter of time. Although some people did not like Gao Tianci at this time, Gao Tianci was also representing the glory of 8th high school. If they could succeed, the tyrannical Tiger team might become the only team after the school team to be promoted to the professional level. Although they might fall in the future, for them, the honor they had now was enough. However, it was clear that this had become an unreachable dream. F***CK. Yang Kong gloomily kicked the transparent cockpit next to him. This time, he really couldn't say anything. If you want to blame Yi Shiwen, at least he, a rookie, also stalled the opponent's sniper. Exchanging 1 for 1 was already considered a big profit, but the real problem was that the difference in their strength was too far. This was not the fault of the battle. This kind of strength gap made them depressed. Obviously, there was not much difference between the mecha, but the strength of the pilot was too far apart. Obviously, his reaction speed could not keep up. If he wanted to enter the professional level, he would at least have to be in the Xiantian realm, otherwise his body's reaction speed would not be so fast, and he would not be able to enter the professional level. A big reason why they were stuck in the 3-star level was because they only had the cultivation of the peak Hotian realm. Even so, in the 8th high school, they were already considered outstanding. Otherwise, Gao Tianci would not have found them. Chao Hong glanced at Yi Shiwen, who was still in the transparent cockpit, and could not help but smile wryly. He thought that the rookie was unreliable, but in the end they were defeated first. And Yi Shiwen, who was in the transparent cockpit, remained calm. It was as if nothing could move him. Only one person was constantly paying attention to his actions. The others were watching Gao Tianci's battle that was even more intense. That was Donli. She clearly saw that Yi Shiwen's actions were gradually becoming more proficient. Furthermore, he was familiarizing himself with the cyan bird eye at an alarming speed. It had to be known that the battle had only begun a few minutes ago, but he was already able to control the cyan bird eye in numbers. He was truly a genius. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would definitely not have believed it. This was an astonishing ability to predict and learn. She concluded that this unassuming historical geek had a unique advantage in mecha piloting. Experience could be accumulated, but if one's hand speed was not fast enough, they could be trained. However, talent was innate. Some people were born geniuses, while others were born mediocre. There was no other way. She was wondering if she could recruit him into the mecha society. Although it was a little late, as he was already in his 3rd year of high school, he would still be able to replenish her combat strength. As for rejection, she did not even think about it. There were many people in the school who wanted to join the mecha society but did not have the means. And at this moment, Yi Shiwen had finally completed familiarizing himself with the cyan bird eye. A smile flashed across his lips as he shouted, "Sniper scope!" On a mechanical arm behind his cockpit, the sniper scope appeared in front of his eyes. Instantly, everything in front of him became clear. The sniper who was constantly sniping him had been found and locked onto. The cyan bird eye held a sniper rifle for the first time. His grip was accurate. Phew! The beam traversed the battlefield. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 23:14. The sniper rifle blew up the cockpit of the opposing sniper. The entire cockpit was unable to withstand a single shot, and it exploded on the spot. This was a change that no one had expected, and they were all shocked by this sudden turn of events. Yi Shiwen did not make a move, but the moment he did, he blew up the cockpit. F***K, what happened to you? How did you get your head blown up by the rookie on the other side? The opposing team leader was immediately flustered. They were about to take down Gao Tianci, but who knew that they themselves would be in trouble? If the sniper on their side was killed in seconds, then as long as the distance was far enough, there would be room for the sniper to display his skills. This was also the biggest reason why they had to catch Yi Shiwen and not let him go. They had to kill him first. The presence of a sniper could form a powerful suppression on the entire situation. Now, their sniper was the first to be suppressed. It was intolerable. Soon, the opposing team split off one to head towards Yi Shiwen. It was a scouting-type mech. Its movements were extremely fast. It dodged in an irregular manner to prevent Yi Shiwen from sniping it. Clearly, it was a very experienced pilot. At this moment, the green bird model eye raised its gun and aimed at Yi Shiwen in a steady manner. The opponent is very experienced. From his footwork, it's obvious that he is not a simple person. This is a professional level. If it were me, I would not be able to execute such footwork. He's ridiculously powerful. This is the history geek's luck. It should be the end. Among the students, no one thought highly of Yi Shiwen. Only Dawn was an exception. She stared intently at Yi Shiwen's hand movements in the transparent cockpit with her beautiful eyes. Phew! Another astounding beam swept out. The scouting-type mech that was dodging with a strange footwork was instantly hit in the cockpit, causing it to explode in midair. It was another headshot. Everyone was instantly in an uproar. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They originally believed that Yi Shiwen was lucky to hit the opposing sniper, but from the looks of it, that was not the case. However, how did he do it? Many people clearly noticed that his hand speed was not fast. It did not look like he had made a few taps, but he was able to instantly kill the opposing scouting-type mech. It was too exaggerated. Prediction. This is definitely prediction. Dawn's eyes suddenly lit up. She believed that she could not have seen wrongly and that her judgment was absolutely correct. Yi Shiwen's speed wasn't fast. In other words, it was impossible for him to adjust his aim in a split second when the opponent was adjusting his body technique. So, he could only use his powerful prediction ability to predict where the opponent would appear, and then finish him off with one shot. This required astonishing confidence in one's own prediction and innate intuition. This guy was not simple. At this moment, she was even more certain that this history geek, who had been called by others for several years, was not the nerd she had imagined. On the contrary, he was quite skilled. There's an expert on the other side. We've been tricked. At this time, the remaining 3 people on the opposite side still didn't understand that Yi Shiwen was probably a hidden expert. Everything he had done before was simply to attract their attention. Now that it was 3 against 2, they no longer had the advantage they had before. Everyone be careful. Do not let them catch you. Before the opponent's suppressive mech could finish a sentence, it had already been blasted apart by Yi Shiwen's shot. At this moment, no one believed that Yi Shiwen was just lucky. Just with his superb sniping skills, even if his other operations were not up to standard, it was enough for him to be ranked at the professional level. And in number 8 high school, those that could be ranked at the professional level were few and far between. Ha ha ha, I knew you could do it. Gao Tianci suddenly became excited. This was a narrow escape from the jaws of death. He had already given up, but Yi Shiwen had suddenly exploded and destroyed 3 mechas in a short period of time. He had nothing to say about Yi Shiwen's domineering power. He knew it. How could he have seen wrongly? He still remembered the amazement of that shot back then. Yi Shiwen's complexion was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of emotion on his face. He operated his mecha to dodge the incoming missiles. The other side finally realized that Yi Shiwen's threat was far greater than Gao Tianxi's. Therefore, they went completely crazy. They wanted to deal with Yi Shiwen like crazy. However, Yi Shiwen was still not in a hurry. He directly raised his hand and fired a shot. The opponent's main MT was eliminated on the spot, and the remaining 1 couldn't escape from Yi Shiwen sniping. 1 shot, 1 kill. Yi Shiwen showed off in front of these amateur students. What was a true sharpshooter? He was really tyrannical. Many people were dumbfounded. They could only stare at him with their eyes wide open. Even if he was not good at other things, just by relying on his sniping skills, it was enough to dominate the world. The way everyone looked at Yi Shiwen suddenly changed. Everyone here was a mecha enthusiast. In fact, it should be said that there weren't many people who weren't interested in operating a mecha. It was nothing more than a disparity in level. For these ordinary students, they were at most at the amateur level. The gap between them and the professional level was not just a little bit. Here, tyrannical strength was the ultimate guarantee. Yi Shiwen's performance left them completely speechless. They were the most genuine people. Powerful people would naturally gain their admiration. They suddenly discovered that this seemingly inconspicuous historical freak had such terrifying strength in sniping. One shot, one kill. Moreover, the opponent was not an amateur, but a proper professional level of strength. This made his sniping skills seem to have reached the acme of perfection. Although some people showed disdain, they couldn't say anything about Yi Shiwen's sniping skills. In other words, he was not good at other things. If he encountered a real master, he would be finished. However, most people expressed their disdain. They had also piloted mecha. Naturally, they were very clear about how terrifying a powerful sniper could be. Perhaps there were some shortcomings, but it was undeniable that his sniping skills were very powerful. If the opponent wanted to attack him, they would have to get close to him first, and they would be finished before they could even get close to him. It was impossible for them to pose any threat to Yi Shiwen. It seemed that Yi Shiwen's other shortcomings were not shortcomings at all. The flaws did not obscure the brilliance. At this time, the members of the tyrannical Tiger Battle team were completely crazy. This kind of survival was like riding a roller coaster. It was even more difficult to give up than the simple victory itself. They looked at Yi Shiwen with a somewhat complicated expression. The person they were most pessimistic about had now truly saved their battle team. He had also allowed their battle team to truly enter the professional level. This was also the first battle team outside of their school team to enter the professional level. Although the difference between a 3-star team and a 4-star team was only a little, the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. There were quite a few 3-star battle teams in number 8 high school and in Mecha World. Who knew how many of them there were? But 4-star battle teams were completely different. In number 8 high school, only the school mecha society had 4-star battle teams. Moreover, they could earn money through sponsors and endorsements. This was completely different from the playful amateur level teams. Moreover, the team they won was a true professional level battle team. Although they were defeated, they knew very well that their opponent was a true professional level battle team. It was not like they only had Gao Tianxi as a professional level battle team. Instead, all of their members were professional level battle team members. As soon as the battle started, they were completely trapped in a bitter battle. If it was not for Yi Shiwen turning the tide of the battle, they might have been defeated by the opponent without a single death. If that happened, it would be too embarrassing. They also could not afford to lose so much face. However, if they wanted to stand firm in the world of 4-star professional battle teams, it would not be so easy. They were already the cream of the crop amongst the amateur teams. However, amongst the professional teams, they were at the bottom. This was a brand new battle team. At this time, they no longer had the slightest resistance towards Yi Shiwen joining them. On the contrary, they hoped that Yi Shiwen would join them. Haha, Yi Shiwen, thank you so much for this time. If it were not for you, I'm afraid that not only would we have been completely annihilated, but we would also have been defeated by the opponent 5-0. That would have been too embarrassing. Gao Tianxi laughed as he climbed out of the transparent cockpit. Then he ran to the side of Yi Shiwen, who had just climbed out. I told you that you could do it. How about this? Yi Shiwen join our tyrannical Sky Tiger battle team. Although Gao Tianxi usually looked carefree, he was not a playboy who did not know anything. On the contrary, he was a very shrewd person. He could also tell that Yi Shiwen's strength was very important to them. If the tyrannical Sky Tiger wanted to stand firm among the professional battle teams, he alone was not enough. And even if the tyrannical Sky Tiger became a professional battle team, they could not let their guard down because they could be eliminated at any time. In the mecha world, he was not the kind of deformed system that could only go up and not down. and if they had Yi Shiwen's help, they could at least sweep the average professional battle team. It could be said that it would not be difficult at all. However, before Yi Shiwen said anything, Dawn had already walked out of the crowd. She walked past the crowd and came in front of them. Everyone was a little curious as to what this goddess would say to this famous historical geek. "Dawn, what are you doing here?" Gao Tianxi said with a frown. Dawn ignored Gao Tianxi and directly asked Yi Shiwen, "What's your name?" Chapter 23:15. What's your name? Although Dawn knew of Yi Shiwen's nickname and knew that there was such a person in the school, she did not know what Yi Shiwen's name was. Even many people present did not know what Yi Shiwen's name was. Most people only knew that he was the history geek. Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen glanced at the girl in front of him. He did not hide anything and answered directly. "To make a long story short, I would like to invite you to join our mecha society." Dawn looked at Yi Shiwen and said. She stared at Yi Shiwen with her beautiful eyes. "Dawn, what's the meaning of this? Are you planning on poaching him?" Gao Tianxi immediately jumped up. 8th High was huge, so it was naturally impossible for it to have so few experts. However, most people would join the Mecha Society after they had some accomplishments. The reason was very simple. It was because the Mecha Society's treatment and level were higher. It was fine if he could not compete with Yi Shiwen, but Yi Shiwen was someone he had found after great difficulty. Now he was being poached by Dawn. He was immediately infuriated. He himself had no interest in joining the Mecha Society. If not, with his strength, he would be able to occupy an absolute position in the Mecha Society. "Yi Shiwen, what's your opinion?" Dawn looked at Yi Shiwen with a confident expression. This was because she knew very well what the Mecha Society meant to mecha experts like them. It was a higher level world. Not interested." Yi Shiwen's words immediately caused her expression to sink. She never expected that he would reject her. He actually rejected her. "Yi Shiwen, I see that you've just started piloting mechas. So, I'm afraid that you're not very clear about this. Our Mecha Society has an absolute professional level battle squad and 3 quasi-professional level battle squads. With your strength and skill, as long as you're willing to join our Mecha Society, I can guarantee you that you'll become the main sniper of our professional battle squad within 6 months." Dawn calmed her tumbling breaths before saying this. Her towering chest trembled slightly, as though it indicated that the owner in front of her was not calm. Yi Shiwen's prediction ability was something she had never seen before in her life. He did not have a high hand speed, but with his amazing prediction ability, he swept an entire battle team by himself. One must know that even she could not defeat an entire battle team as easily as Yi Shiwen. Even this battle team could not pose any threat to Yi Shiwen. What was strength? This was strength. What was talent? This was talent. With his talent, as long as he went through half a year of training, his strength would rise to another level without any pressure. When that time came, it would be a piece of cake for him to become their professional sniper. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, "I'm not very interested in this aspect." Gao Tianxi laughed out loud and said to Dawn, "Did you see that? At critical moments, your brother is still the best. Short body, didn't you hear what Yi Shiwen said? He has no interest in your Mecha Society. He wants to become a member of our Decepticon." The word short body seemed to have completely touched Dawn's reverse scale. To her, height was definitely one of her weaknesses. Although many people felt that a petite body was more suitable for her with her childlike appearance and large breasts, she viewed it as a great humiliation. Gao Tianxi's words immediately infuriated her. "Gao Tianxi, are you courting death?" She looked coldly at Yi Shiwen and said. Gao Tianxi did not back down either. His mecha piloting might not be comparable to Dawn's, but in terms of ancient martial arts, he was in no way inferior. "I'm sorry, Tianxi. I have no interest in your Decepticon. Mecha are just something I occasionally play with. It's easy to lose interest if you play too much." Yi Shiwen looked at the two of them and advised them. His martial path was a path of strengthening himself. As long as he was strong, there was nothing that could stop him. Compared to mecha piloting, only ancient martial arts could truly lead to the endless future of martial arts. These 4 words made everyone feel like vomiting blood. In this day and age, who would dare to say that piloting a mech was a form of entertainment? It should be known that the reason why humans with weak bodies were able to gain the strength to fight against demonic beasts in such a short period of time was because of these mechs. If they didn't have these mechs and had to rely on natural cultivation, who knew how much time it would take? Now, the entire society was in the craze of piloting mecha. There was even a game like Mecha World. However, Yi Shiwen actually said that piloting mecha was losing interest. This made many people feel like vomiting blood. And what really made them feel like vomiting blood was that although it was only Yi Shiwen's second time logging into the game, in terms of skills, he had completely crushed them. It was as though piloting mecha was a very simple matter, like 1 + 1 = 2. Such an example was a huge blow to them. However, they could not say a word because their strength was not comparable to Yi Shiwen's. They were not strong, so naturally they could not even straighten their backs when they spoke. Only by becoming strong and practicing martial arts is the only way to the endless martial arts. Yi Shiwen said calmly. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Shiwen was simply an old antique wearing glasses. Those martial arts teachers who taught ancient martial arts also taught them the same way. For a moment, they felt like they had traveled through time. However, they did not know why, but when the same words were said by those ancient martial arts teachers, they were not completely convinced. Compared to mecha, which could allow one to gain strength quickly, the time needed to practice ancient martial arts was way too long. Therefore, they did not really believe it. However, Yi Shiwen's words carried a natural sense of conviction, as if what he said was the truth. Gao Tianxi's face was twisted. Although his brother had rejected the invitation of the campus bell, he had also rejected him. This made his goal of recruiting Yi Shiwen go up in smoke. With his family's background, it wasn't difficult to invite a few professional-level experts. However, he didn't want to use this method. For him, it wasn't challenging at all. Not to mention, he had to rely on his family's background. If he did not rely on his family background, he did not know when he would be able to become a professional-level master. Moreover, he did not have the money to hire those famous professional-level masters. Therefore, he could only look to the side of his classmates. It was rare to find a master like Yi Shiwen, but he did not have any interest in his Decepticons. No, it should be said that he had no interest in piloting mecha. At this moment, he finally understood why someone could only log into the mecha world twice at this age. The last time he had witnessed the elegance of that one shot. This time, under his witness, they had helped their tyrannical Sky Tiger battle team defeat a true professional team. So that was what Yi Shiwen was thinking. What era was it? There was still someone who could hold onto such a heart. All right, there's no need for all of you to speak further. That's all for now, Yi Shiwen said lightly. Then he pushed through the crowd and left. Gao Tianxi glared hatefully at Dawn. He believed that if not for her, with his friendship with Yi Shiwen, he would definitely be able to convince Yi Shiwen to become a member of the tyrannical Sky Tiger battle team. Dawn only rolled her eyes at him and gave him 2 big dirty looks. Then she turned around and left the simulation room. Although Yi Shiwen did not agree to her request, he did not agree to anyone else's invitation either. In short, it was not too bad. She looked at Yi Shiwen's back as he left and clenched her tiny fists. Then she thought to herself, Yi Shiwen, just you wait. I will definitely get you to join our mecha society. If Yi Shiwen had directly agreed, it would have been fine, but his refusal had made her competitive spirit suddenly ignite. Yi Shiwen naturally did not know what was going on in the minds of the 2 behind him. At that moment, he did not have a high cultivation level. To him, the only thing he could rely on was his own strength. It was also the foundation of everything. This was a belief that he held and no one could shake it. Especially after he vindicated his Tao, he was even more determined on this path. Oh, wrong. And at that moment, Don had returned to the Mecha Society's gathering spot. It was a gigantic simulation room. Just this simulation room alone had more than 100 gigantic simulation cockpits. It was obvious how rich the Mecha Society was. As the most popular sport in 8th high school, the Mecha Society naturally became the leader of the various societies. Furthermore, the Mecha Society would receive a lot of funding every year. Furthermore, those who could pilot mechas from a young age would usually start learning from a young age, so there was no need to mention their skills. Their family backgrounds were naturally extremely good, so there would often be rich parents coming to donate money. Hence, the facilities were all the best. Many of the club members made way for Dawn when they saw her return. Many of the male club members had their eyes on Dawn as well. How many people did not know of such a beautiful flower in the Mecha Society? She was even a living signboard. It was unknown how many people joined the Mecha Society because of Dawn. If not, many of them could have established their own organizations outside, but because of her, they had become a member of the Mecha Society. Cece, what's the matter? Why are you frowning? A youth's voice came from the front. It was a youth about 18 or 19 years old. He was dressed in an azure blue school uniform, and his appearance had been meticulously dressed up. Nothing. Dawn shook her head before saying solemnly, Wang Yuetian, we aren't that familiar with each other. Please call me Donley. Thank you. Chapter 23:16. Dawn did not even need to raise her head to know who the person was. Wang Yuetian was her classmate and could be said to be an influential figure in 8th high school. Like Gao Tianxi, he was a school hunk in 8th high school. However, the person he liked was Donley. He had specially joined the Mecha Society for her. In the eyes of many people, she and he were a golden couple, but only he knew what was going on. Furthermore, he hated this person very much. He just did not want to lose decorum with her. Haha, Cece, you are always so straightforward. Wang Yuetian's expression turned awkward. Many people were watching this scene, and some of them were snickering. This was because this was not the first time something like this had happened. Many people could almost guess how Dawn would answer. They did not find it strange that Dawn was not polite at all. Wang Yuetian's embarrassment only lasted for a moment before he restored his smile. At such a young age, he was already scheming quite a lot. These people could be said to be tall, rich and handsome, but their living environments were much more complicated than most people. It could be said that they had survived from a young age in the midst of scheming, so their scheming was naturally not simple. Dawn could not be bothered with him and walked straight in. Wang Yuetian stared with widened eyes as he looked at Dawn's back. Then he cursed in his heart. Darn bitch, there will be a day when you will grovel under my jeans. When that happens, you will be begging for death. However, he knew very well that although Dawn seldom used her background, she was definitely no ordinary person. He absolutely could not afford to offend her in such a manner. Cece, what's the matter? At that moment, another figure appeared in front of Dawn. It was a tall girl with snow-white skin and a voluptuous figure. Dawn could only reach her chest. Dawn looked up and saw a girl about 17 or 18 years old. She had a head of short hair and looked very spirited. She was also very beautiful, although she was not as exquisite as Dawn. Her short hair and fiery character gave her a different kind of charm. In the mouths of many busybodies, she and Dawn were known as the twin beauties of the Mecha Society. In the world of Mecha, which was dominated by men, the two of them became the oddities in the eyes of the public. Furthermore, they were both more beautiful than the other, and she was none other than the president of the Mecha Society, Xiao Yuqin. In fact, Xiao Yuqin was only a few days older than Dawn, but if the two of them were to walk on the streets, people would definitely think that Xiao Yuqin was the elder sister, while it was hard to tell if Dawn was an adult or not. Sis Yuqin, I saw an expert today. Dawn said, Expert? Which school are you from? said Xiao Yuqin. She didn't think that there were any experts in the school that she didn't know. Most of them had entered the Mecha Society, and even if they hadn't, she would still know experts of the professional ranks like Gao Tianzi. Sometimes, when there was a shortage of manpower, she would even ask them to come and help. "He's from our school," said Dawn. "What, from our school? Cece, you must be joking. Do you think I wouldn't know what kind of expert our school has?" Xiao Yuqin waved her hand and said with a laugh. Her laughter was forthright, but she still did not believe that Dawn had encountered an expert. Even if it was a high school junior that had just entered the school, she knew it very well. It was impossible for anyone to escape her intelligence network. "He's indeed from our school. Do you know that history geek?" said Dawn as she looked at Xiao Yuqin. "History geek. Of course I know him. The world is truly full of wonders. However, what has the expert you mentioned got to do with him?" said Xiao Yuqin. "The expert I'm talking about is him." Dawn nodded and said with certainty, "I made a mistake in the past. I never expected him to be a super expert. He might have only piloted a mecha a few times, but his judgment is very good. It's very impressive. How is that possible? How good can he be if he hasn't piloted a few times?" Xiao Yuqin said, "Even if he's considered powerful among rookies, it's useless against us." Dawn shook her head and said, "No, he's not just ordinarily powerful. It's not just a matter of being a rookie. His sniping skills are superb. In the secondary schools in the Fuzhou city, I have yet to see anyone that can match him. Even that fellow known as the King of Snipers is no exception. How is it possible?" Xiao Yuqin immediately exclaimed softly. It was unbelievable. If it were anyone else, she would never have believed it. However, Dawn was different. She was not a person who would spout nonsense. If she were to say such a thing, then the rookie was probably not your average level of strength. Although 8th high school strength was not the strongest among the experts in Fuzhou City, it was definitely a first-class standard. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there were many experts. However, among the snipers, there was no existence that could compete with the legendary King of Snipers. However, Dawn's youthful face had a look of determination. Clearly, she was not joking. His prediction is very accurate. This is very important for a sniper. As for his other techniques, I can't tell for now, but I think they are far inferior to his sniping skills. But most importantly, his learning ability is very strong. This is only his second time in Mecha World, and he did not even know how to operate a mecha before this. Yet, in just a few minutes, he is already able to operate a mecha with ease. Although it's not at the acme of perfection, it's already very impressive, said Dawn. Then, she told Xiao Yuqin what she had seen. Xiao Yuqin gaped slightly after hearing it, as if she could not believe it. A new cell phone of the worst quality, the Green Bird Model 1, had actually single-handedly wiped out a professional player. With such strength, even if his other abilities were trash, he indeed had the qualifications and ability to stand in a professional team. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she probably would not have believed it either. However, she believed in Dawn's judgment because Dawn was a 6-star expert in the Mecha Society. She was already very close to being a top expert. Her judgment could not be wrong. With such learning ability, with just a little training, our Mecha Society will have another great expert. Dawn said with certainty. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly get him to join us. Xiao Yuqin rushed off to find Yi Shiwen. Dawn pulled Xiao Yuqin back and said, "Wait, it's useless. I have already invited him, but he has no interest in it. So I failed as well. It can't be. There is actually someone in the school who can resist our great beauty Li's charm and have the heart to reject you?" Xiao Yuqin stared with widened eyes. She looked completely incredulous. In fact, that was indeed the case. She was also considered a great beauty, but she always did things in a rush. She was very capable and looked like a strong woman. Hence, many people would keep a respectful distance from her, not daring to approach her. However, Dawn was different. She looked like a weak and petite chick that could be carried away in one's pocket at any time. Hence, although her looks were not much different, her popularity was worlds apart from Dawn's. Dawn looked helplessly at Xiao Yuqin. She knew that she had been teased again. Sis Yuqin. Dawn could not help but grumble coquettishly. All right. That history geek is said to be a bookworm. From the looks of it, that is indeed the case. Even with a beauty in front of him, he is not tempted at all. What a bookworm! Xiao Yuqin said with a grin. The derisive look on her face did not diminish at all. It was as though she had seen a great piece of gossip. But it doesn't matter. Since he is a member of our school, we will be able to pull him into our mecha society sooner or later. She was confident of this. Either the other party did not join a battle team, or he would definitely join their mecha society. He has a very good relationship with Gao Tianxi. Gao Tianxi is also actively trying to pull him into the tyrannical Sky Tiger battle team. If this matter is not settled as soon as possible, this talent will be wasted, Dawn said. As the vice president of the Mecha Society, she naturally had the ability to make such judgments. What you said is true. With me, the president, and you, two great beauties, I don't believe that the fellow will remain unmoved. Xiao Yuqin looked as though she was already planning on selling her beauty. However, people who knew her well knew that she was just joking. If someone really dared to have any nefarious thoughts towards her, her martial arts cultivation was not just for show. Who is so arrogant to actually need our president and vice president to personally take action? There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. I think it's best to leave this matter to me. Suddenly, Wang Yuetian, who had been listening for a long time, finally stood forward and recommended himself. His expression was filled with extreme confidence. Where did this punk come from? Did he dare to reject him? Wang Yuetian, can you do it? Xiao Yuqin said. Even Cece failed. Can you? Xiao Yuqin said as she shot a glance at Wang Yuetian. She knew what Wang Yuetian was planning. He just wanted to show off in front of Dawn. To her, this was a form of healthy competition. It was also beneficial to the Mecha Society. Don't worry, I will definitely bring him back. Wang Yuetian said lightly. As for failure, how could that happen to him? Yi Shiwen rejected Dawn's invitation and left the simulation room. Gao Tianxi quickly followed and jumped up and down beside him in a bid to pull Yi Shiwen into the tyrannical Sky Tiger battle team. Yi Shiwen, if you join our tyrannical Sky Tiger battle team, I will immediately introduce my sister to you today. Clearly, in order to pull Yi Shiwen into the tyrannical Sky Tiger battle team, Gao Tianxi's character had been completely ruined. Suddenly, there was a flurry of footsteps in front. You are that Yi Shiwen. Chapter 23:17. You are that Yi Shiwen. Wang Yuetian looked at Yi Shiwen. He looked scholarly and weak. He did not look very strong either. He looked just like a literature nerd from many years ago. If he wore glasses, he would look even more like one. How could this person be the expert that Dawn mentioned? Just thinking of how Dawn had praised him in an exaggerated manner, Wang Yuetian felt an extreme discomfort in his heart. Over the years he had known Dawn Li, he had never received any praise from the short-statured girl. What right did this fellow have? Who are you? Yi Shiwen shot a glance at him. The boy's aura was not weak, but he did not know him. Wang Yuetian's face immediately turned black. He never expected that there would be someone in 8th high school who did not know him. Furthermore, from Yi Shiwen's expression, it did not seem fake. That was the most hurtful thing. However, when he thought of the history geek who spent his days in the library, he found it barely acceptable. The bookworm did not have any social circles, so it was normal that he did not know him. Wang Yuetian, what are you doing here? Gao Tianxi looked at Wang Yuetian and said warily. Wang Yuetian was also a member of the Mecha Society. Although he was not the vice president, he was one of the core members. Furthermore, He usually did not have any interactions with Yi Shiwen. For him to specially come to Yi Shiwen at this moment, it was obvious what he was up to. Wang Yuetian, another famous figure in 8th high school. Like Gao Tianxi, he had a good family background and he was outstanding. He also had many supporters in 8th high school. However, this had nothing to do with him. I'm here to recruit him into the society. Wang Yuetian looked at Yi Shiwen and said. His expression was arrogant, as though he was doing charity. Our Mecha society is the most outstanding society in 8th high school. Now, we are giving him a chance to join us. Yi Shiwen remained expressionless as he said nonchalantly, I'm not interested. Make way. Didn't you hear? A good dog doesn't block the way. Gao Tianxi said in a loud voice. He was naturally very happy in his heart when he saw that Yi Shiwen had rejected him once again. He and Wang Yuetian had always been at odds with each other. He had long since disliked Wang Yuetian's arrogance. Yi Shiwen, you have to think about it carefully. Our Mecha Society is one of the top clubs in the 8th high school. We are giving you this opportunity because we respect you. If you reject us, is this really okay? Wang Yuetian ignored Gao Tianxi and looked at Yi Shiwen with a gloomy expression. Is your Mecha Society so great that everyone has to join it? Gao Tianxi asked. Yi Shiwen raised his head, looked at Wang Yuetian and said, Do you need me to say it again, or are your ears not good? As he spoke, he directly walked forward, passing by Wang Yuetian and the 3 students he had brought along. Wang Yuetian's complexion became slightly sinister, and he could no longer maintain his composure. In his heart, he did not want Yi Shiwen to join. It would be best if he did not join, but in his script it should be Yi Shiwen kneeling on the ground and begging, and then he arrogantly rejected Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen did not play according to the script, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. Stop him, I said. Can you go now? Wang Yuetian's face turned red as he shouted. As soon as he gave the order, his 3 little brothers rushed towards Yi Shiwen like ferocious tigers. They had long been displeased with this arrogant guy. In the 8th high school, they were the only ones who could be arrogant. If anyone else dared to stand in front of them, then it would be no different than courting death. These people were also well versed in both the pen and the sword, and all of them had martial arts skills. Even the weakest among them was at the Hotian 7th or 8th stage. A claw grabbed, and there was a faint sound of breaking air. It was incomparably sharp, and the zhenqi vibrated in the air. Don't be so shameless. Yi Shiwen's palm instantly straightened into a knife hand, and like lightning, he chopped down at the claws of these 3 people. 3 sounds of flesh hitting flesh, followed by the 3 people's blood-curdling screams. Ah! The 3 people screamed and clutched their shoulders. Their entire arms felt like they were going to fall off in an instant. They looked at Yi Shiwen in horror, as if they were looking at a monster. Idiot! Yi Shiwen said indifferently and strode forward. Gao Tianxi was startled for a moment, but then he quickly followed. He never knew that this good friend of his for a few years was actually so powerful because there were no signs before this, and on the martial science results, it was only written that he was at the Hotian 7th stage. This was just above average strength, not very outstanding, especially when compared to his social sciences results, which was even more so. Now it seemed that his hidden strength was far more than that. Just now he was still thinking about whether or not to go and help, but now it seemed that there was no need to do so. At this time, 2 teachers had already walked over to the side. One looked to be in his 40s or 50s with a bit of maturity, and the other was a female teacher in her 20s, who looked like she had just joined the school not long ago. Her plump breasts bulged out from her snow-white t-shirt, and her slender legs looked even more straight and slender under the contrast of her jeans. Why are they fighting in the school? The female teacher said with a slight frown. Moreover, so many people are bullying one person. This is too lawless. The school teaches them martial arts, not to let them use it to deal with their classmates. In fact, because everyone practiced martial arts in this era, it was easy to injure people, so the control was even stricter. Hey, Teacher Shuiyu, young people are hot-blooded. It is inevitable that there will be quarrels. Isn't this a very normal thing? The middle-aged teacher was very calm, as if he did not see anything at all. You just joined the school as an intern. There are a lot of things you don't know. Now, just watch carefully. How can I do that? These guys are too arrogant. Shuiyu's red lips slightly opened and said. At this time, she also saw that the school's teaching director Rin Chong was biased towards the side with more people, and her heart was filled with anger. Good. Wang Yuetian was so angry that he shouted again and again. Because of the movement here, more and more people gathered around, making him feel that his face was burning hot, and he was feeling more and more embarrassed. I said, you can't leave. Wang Yuetian was furious, originally planning to find a way to prevent Yi Shiwen from joining the Mecha Society, but now he had already thrown it to the back of his mind, and the only thing left in his eyes was anger. He directly pointed his finger at Yi Shiwen's head, and in his anger, he did not care about anything else, and directly used a killing move. Xiantian Zhen Qi suddenly shot out, causing a violent vibration in the air. Wang Yuetian, you despicable! Gao Tianzi was the first to react, and a powerful Xiantian Qi caused the surrounding air to violently fluctuate. Yi Shiwen, be careful. That is the Wang family's secret skill, Rui Finger. Not waiting for him to attack, Yi Shiwen directly turned his head and chopped down with his hand, immediately breaking Wang Yuetian's Rui Finger, making it look like a joke. I said, don't be so shameless. Since you want to humiliate yourself, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Shiwen coldly snorted, and like lightning his figure rotated, and his pace was extremely fast, and his palm covered Wang Yuetian's face. Pa! A loud slap sounded, and Wang Yuetian was sent flying on the spot, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The Xiantian Jinqi he had used to protect his body was instantly smashed by Yi Shiwen, and it did not have the slightest effect. On the spot, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in, and everyone was wondering what they had seen. Wang Yuetian was a famous Xiantian master in the school, but he had actually been sent flying with a single slap. Needless to say, Wang Yuetian's strength naturally belonged to the top few in the 8th high school, and even many teachers were not necessarily his match. In order to become a high school teacher, the minimum requirement was to be at the Hotian 9th layer, or even a master of Xiantian realm, and Wang Yuetian's strength had already surpassed that of ordinary teachers, but he had still been sent flying by a single slap from Yi Shiwen. Were they dreaming? Everyone suspected that they must have seen wrongly, and they must have seen wrongly. Otherwise, how could such an unscientific and unreasonable thing happen? But no matter how hard they tried to blink, they found that the scene in front of them had not changed. Shuiyu's eyes suddenly lit up, such a swift and fierce method. Just a simple hand chop, and the Rui Finger was broken cleanly. It did not seem difficult, but it required a strength that was completely above Wang Yuetian's. Otherwise it was simply impossible. Wang Yuetian's strength had undoubtedly reached the Xiantian 1st layer, or even the Xiantian 2nd layer, but he was still suppressed to the point where he had no power to fight back. This student had given her a big surprise. To be able to break through to the Xiantian realm at this age, almost all of them were rich, powerful, and had a powerful background. They had received all kinds of training since childhood, and the resources they received were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Could it be that this student was also like this? But looking at him wearing a washed-out school uniform, he did not seem to be very rich. Idiot! Yi Shiwen glanced at Wang Yuetian, who was lying on the ground, and was too lazy to even look at him, although the opposite party had said that he had come to invite someone. But this was not the attitude one should have when inviting someone. Obviously, this guy had no intention of letting him enter the Mecha Society. What is your name? In broad daylight, You injured a fellow student. Do you still have a little bit of discipline and regulations? Suddenly, a loud roar resounded, and an angry figure pounced over, bringing along a strong astral wind, and like lightning, a leg was swung towards Yi Shiwen. Because this person's speed was too fast, no one was able to see clearly. They only saw that the leg had already been swung towards Yi Shiwen, as fast as lightning. Chapter 23:18. Bang! At this critical moment, Yi Shiwen raised his hand to block this irresistible kick. A muffled sound of flesh hitting flesh resounded, and that seemingly unstoppable kick was easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. At this time, everyone finally saw that the person who had just attacked was the teaching director. As a teacher, he actually attacked a student. "Teacher, how can you attack a student?" Shuiyu said. The teaching director's complexion became even more unsightly. Compared to attacking a student, he actually couldn't even take down this student. "I attacked to uphold the school's discipline and regulations. This is outrageous, actually daring to fight in the school. All of you, go back with me, and you will be punished." The teaching director's face immediately changed and said with a serious look, "Damn, too shameless. This old guy is certainly trying to curry favor with Wang Yuetian." Needless to say, this guy, this kind of moral character, is actually qualified to be the teaching director. The people above must be blind. In the distance, some students unscrupulously discussed. This teaching director was usually not so popular among the students. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I will take you back with me and give you a big demerit." The teaching director suddenly felt his face was burning hot, and he couldn't keep his face. "Student Wang Yuetian, are you all right?" The teaching director quickly squatted down and said with a somewhat flattering look on his face, "You look at me. Do I look like I'm all right?" "Kill him, I want to kill him." Wang Yuetian roared angrily. Half of his face was completely swollen, and he had been beaten up by Yi Shiwen. "Kill me? Relying on you?" Yi Shiwen's expression slightly narrowed. He turned his palm, and a secret charm trembled in the void and directly fell into Wang Yuetian's body. The teaching director suddenly became angry and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah, you are really so young, but your heart is so vicious. In front of me, you still dare to be so tyrannical and vicious. Call your parents. I want to see what kind of person gave birth to a little bastard like you." "Old bastard, what did you say?" Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed. For him, the most untouchable place in his heart was naturally his parents, and this teaching director had repeatedly challenged his bottom line. "Well, how dare you threaten the teacher? I think you don't want to go to school anymore." The dean was furious and said furiously. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a huge foot kick towards him, directly landing on his face. Bang! His head was kicked to the ground by Yi Shiwen, and he firmly stepped on it. "Don't make me kill you," Yi Shiwen coldly said. He wasn't the real body, and he didn't have the tyrannical strength of the real body. There were many experts on Earth. He also adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile. However, this didn't mean that he would allow anyone to insult his parents. The dean's complexion turned ugly. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He could feel that Yi Shiwen's murderous aura had almost materialized. He had never thought highly of a commoner student, but now he actually dared to be so arrogant towards him. This was simply challenging his bottom line. It had been thousands of years since the cataclysm. The legendary world of great harmony had yet to descend. On the contrary, because of the ability to practice, everyone was allocated different cultivation resources. Therefore, the hierarchy had become stricter. Although on the surface it seemed that the government was elected by the people, but in fact it was controlled by the major forces. The gap between an ordinary commoner and a new aristocrat like Wang Yuetian was simply incalculable. Even if it was Yi Shiwen and Gao Tianxi, if Gao Tianxi hadn't seen Yi Shiwen's amazing spear attack, perhaps they wouldn't have any interaction in this life. "You're expelled. You'll definitely be expelled." The dean roared in anger and shock. He wanted to struggle, but there was no way at all. He found that he seemed to be suppressed by a force and couldn't move at all. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly felt the pressure on his body lighten. He was about to get up when he saw Yi Shiwen's shoehorn stepping on him again. Bang! His head fell heavily on the granite, directly smashing the granite into a dense spider web-like crack. Blood suddenly splashed out, making his whole head look like a constantly bleeding ball. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Yi Shiwen was actually so tyrannical. Although these people were well versed in both literature and martial arts, and had been practicing martial arts since childhood, they were also flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. Moreover, they were all future flower buds, so they had never seen anything truly cruel. This scene was enough to shock them. Was this still the nerd that they knew who only knew how to read books in the library? Was this the history geek? Gao Tianzi also looked at Yi Shiwen in a daze. That was the dean, since he was able to become the dean. Naturally, it was not as simple as flattery. His own cultivation also had an overwhelming advantage over these students. Otherwise, how could he suppress these students who were well versed in both literature and martial arts? Each of these students had martial arts and were not afraid of anything. Without enough strength, it was simply impossible to suppress them. In the school, there were a few powerful figures, but in the end, their heads were trampled on by Yi Shiwen in a few steps. In the end, how much strength was Yi Shiwen hiding? If not for today's matter, perhaps he would never have known that his good friend was actually so powerful. Wang Yuetian was also looking at Yi Shiwen in shock and anger. At this time, he understood that Yi Shiwen had only casually dealt with him a moment ago and had not used any killing moves. Yi Shiwen had just wanted to teach him a lesson, that's all. But to deal with the teaching director, this guy was really angry and had used a killing move. Even the dean of the Xiantian 8 stage had been beaten like a dead dog. It was simply unimaginable. In the end, how strong was this guy? No, this dangerous person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep and eat in peace. He had never heard of a high school student who was able to practice to this extent. Even if he had to use the power of his family, he couldn't let this guy live. On the other side, Shuiyu couldn't bear to look at this scene, but in her heart, she was extremely happy. Although she hadn't been here for a long time, but she couldn't bear to see this dean bullying the good and fearing the evil. In front of the rich and powerful students, he would bow and scrape, but in front of those ordinary students, he would have an aggressive attitude. But after such a big incident, this student would probably have a hard time staying in the 8th high school. No, I can't let such a thing happen. This student is such a good seedling. If he was kicked out, then it would be a pity. But now, this dean had been humiliated by Yi Shiwen in front of so many students. And in the future, it could be said that his dignity as a teacher had been swept to the ground. And in the future, it would be very difficult to maintain his dignity. So how could he let this matter go? Yi Shiwen put his hands in his pocket, and with just one kick, he completely suppressed all the resistance of the dean. His expression was indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead dog. Little did he know that in his life, he didn't know how many people he had killed, and this kind of small scene simply couldn't move him. If it wasn't for this dean humiliating his parents, he wouldn't even look at such a small character. You've lived for so long. Is this how your parents taught you to behave? Yi Shiwen fiercely stepped down. Respect. Do you know what respect is? I don't care if you want to flatter his stinky feet, but don't treat me like a soft persimmon. I don't care if I go to school or not, but if I want to kill you, I have 1,000 ways. If you understand, then get out of here if you dare to appear in front of me again. Don't blame me for being impolite. Bang! Yi Shiwen kicked the dean's stomach, and his whole body flew out and heavily fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and curled up in pain. Apart from the head of teaching's painful groans, everyone was silent. Even Wang Yuetian's subordinates didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid of offending this fiend. He was simply a freak. If he could easily torture a person like the head of teaching, then he wouldn't be a weakling even among the university students. But no one felt that this was very bloody. Usually, there were too many people who disliked this dean, and no one felt that he was worthy of sympathy. After all, compared to the rich and powerful class, the majority of the people in number 8 high school were commoners. Usually, this dean would find many excuses to teach them a lesson. "It's so cool." Finally, someone spoke, but it was such a sentence. "Well done. That old fellow always acts all high and mighty in front of us because of his seniority. But in front of those rich and powerful children, he's as obedient as a pug. What a joke!" Yes, someone should teach him a good lesson like this. But how can this historical geek be so powerful? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't believe it, even if you beat me to death. What is called hidden dragons and crouching tigers? What is called a sage who doesn't show his face? Now I finally understand. Among the many students, there were not many who sympathized with the dean, but they were discussing this historical geek who already had a lot of fame in number 8 high school. But it was destined that he would no longer be famous for doing unconventional things. Yi Shiwen was too lazy to look at the dean, Wang Yuetian, and the others. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked away. "Wow, Yi Shiwen, how much strength are you hiding? No wonder your piloting skills are so strong." Gao Tianzi quickly followed up and said. He was not speaking without thinking, because piloting a mecha required amazing reflexes and physical strength, and the higher the cultivation, the easier it was to pilot a mecha. Although the top pilots could not be compared to the top warriors, but they were at least first-rated warriors, and their strength was extremely tyrannical. "Now I am even more sure. I want to introduce my sister to you. Your moral integrity," Yi Shiwen became famous. Chapter 2319. Yi Shiwen became famous, and this news spread at lightning speed in the 8th high school campus. These boys and girls who were still in high school were still young and hot-blooded. They hated power the most. They might not be able to do anything in the face of power, but if someone did such a thing, they would clap their hands and cheer. Under this mentality, Yi Shiwen's fame was faster than he had imagined. Almost overnight, everyone knew that there was such a historical weirdo in the 8th high school. His strength was tyrannical. Even the head of teaching was defeated by him. Coupled with his usual academic results, it was not difficult for him to enter a key university. While many people admired him, there were also many people who felt that it was a pity. This new star that had just emerged was obviously going to fall in the shortest time possible. In many people's eyes, he not only offended the head of teaching, but he also offended Wang Yuetian. The head of teaching was seriously injured in front of everyone, and Wang Yuetian was not much better. He was slapped in the face in front of everyone. Wang Yuetian's Wang family in the big Fuzhou city could be said to be omnipotent. How could an ordinary person compete with them? Although not many people knew Yi Shiwen's background, in many people's eyes, it was just an ordinary background. Offending the Wang family was terrible. Not only would he not be able to survive in the 8th high school, he might not even be able to survive in the big Fuzhou city in the future. This was the power of the rich and powerful. After thousands of years, this power was even more hidden. But with the cultivation of martial arts, it became more powerful. Perhaps he would be exterminated at that time. Many people felt pity for Yi Shiwen. However, even more people were watching this matter as if they were watching a piece of gossip. But he still became the fastest 8th high school student in history, and he did it in such a way. Soon, all kinds of rumors spread, such as the head of teaching roaring in the school meeting. "Expel, he must be expelled. Such a student is lawless, disrespectful. In our 8th high school, he is simply a black sheep." There were also people who said that during the meeting, the head of teaching slammed the table and shouted, "There is no me, there is no me, there is no him." In many people's opinion, Yi Shiwen was definitely going to die this time. It would be strange if he could survive in the face of the joint efforts of the teaching director and the Wang family. In the face of these rumors, Yi Shiwen still went back and forth between the classroom and the library. These rumors simply could not affect his mood. He couldn't help but sigh. Now that the library was connected to the central library, almost all kinds of books could be found, as long as they were not forbidden books. There were also some martial arts, cultivation, secret books, cultivation experience, and so on, but many of them needed to be paid to read. In the past few years, he had spent most of his time immersed in the library, so he didn't care about the rumors outside. As for the Wang clan wanting to find trouble with him, he had better take care of himself first. Just as rumors and slanders were spreading everywhere, no one noticed that Wang Yuetian, who was supposed to be the talk of the town, had not appeared on campus for several days. Most people didn't care much about it. For them, the reason was very simple. It must be because Yi Shiwen had slapped their faces, so they didn't have the face to appear on campus at this time. After a period of time, they would naturally come to class. However, no one knew that at this time the Wang family was in a mess because Wang Yuetian, the most favored of the fourth generation of the Wang family, was lying in bed for a long time, without the ability to even budge. Inside the Wang family's mansion, from time to time, a burst of mournful cries came from the second floor of the villa. And on the first floor, many people had already gathered here. It can be said that the real power figures of the Wang family had all gathered here. Sitting in the middle was a white-haired old man, but he was still in high spirits, dressed in ordinary clothes, sitting upright on the main seat. There was a kind of majestic aura around him. What the hell is going on? How can this be? How can Tian be like this? The old man coldly said with a fierce look in his eyes. He was the current head of the Wang family, and in addition to the mysterious ancestor of the Wang family, he was also the person in power, Wang Hongwei, who had a huge influence in the entire republic. This we also don't know. In front of him, two middle-aged men were at a loss. One of them was wearing a military uniform, and the other was wearing a suit. They seemed to be of high status, and they had a prestige that ordinary people did not have. But at this time they were in a mess. These two people were his two sons, Wang Haokong. Wang Haochang had long been a lieutenant general, entering the ranks of the general, and the other was currently the highest-ranking deputy mayor of the Fuzhou city, and it was possible that he would take over the position of mayor in the next term. The whole family could be said to be of high status and power, and Wang Yuetian was the son of the current deputy mayor, Wang Haochang. Although he was not the eldest son, nor was he the only son, because he had a son at an old age, he could be said to spoil Wang Yuetian very much, and usually he would give him whatever he wanted. He did not expect to encounter such an undeserved disaster. How could it be like this? He must have offended someone. Wang Hongwei said with a cold snort. He had lived for hundreds of years, and there was nothing he had not seen. He was old and shrewd, and he could think of many things just by thinking a little. Damn, if I find out who did this, I will definitely crush his bones and scatter his ashes. Wang Haochang said angrily, as a person of high status. He naturally could not be a soft-hearted person. The reason why Wang Yuetian was so arrogant in the school, and even dared to casually kill Yi Shiwen, was mostly because of his father's pampering. Previously, he had also been responsible for suppressing the several crimes he had committed. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came, and a white-clothed old man appeared at the entrance of the staircase. Everyone quickly stood up, and Wang Hongwei quickly stepped forward and said, "Sorry to trouble you, old Lu. How is my grandson's condition?" In front of this old man, Wang Hongwei did not dare to be arrogant. "I have already seen him. He is not sick, and is probably cursed or poisoned." Elder Lu said, "It's just that this method is too ingenious. Even I don't have any clues, let alone any methods." "How is this possible, old Lu? With your ability in this field, it can be said that you are second to none. How can there be a cursed technique that even you, old Lu, cannot break?" Wang Hongwei suddenly said absent-mindedly, What I have learned is just a little bit of learning from Senior Gao in the past. Nothing more. There are so many experts in the world. I dare not call myself an outstanding expert. Not to mention this method is very exquisite. I have never seen such a thing in my life, Maybe if I spend a few more days, I might be able to find a way. Did your grandson offend some unworldly expert? I don't think this curse technique has any intention to kill, and is only used to punish your grandson. For the time being, there will not be any danger to his life. Old Lu shook his head and said, although old Lu was modest, but Wang Hongwei did not dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. In this aspect, old Lu was indeed regarded as an outstanding expert. And even he said that there was no way, then who else could have a way? They could only take it slowly. After personally sending old Lu out, the Wang family returned to the living room, only to hear a burst of screams coming from above. Investigate, investigate for me. Who in the end did Tian offend recently? Ah, he is really ruthless. Ah, he even used such a vicious method on a younger generation. Wang Hongwei said with an ashen complexion. In his heart, he naturally did not think that there was any problem with Wang Yuetian's actions. And even if there was a problem, even if he did not look at the monk's face, he still had to look at the Buddha's face, and he was not someone they could touch. Well, now the most urgent task is to find out who that person is, and then hand him over to me. Let me torture him. I must make him beg for death, but can't beg for death. Wang Haokong said with an ugly complexion. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not know that the Wang family was in a mess. Even if he knew, he would not care. Wang Yuetian had the intention to kill him, and it was already good that he did not kill him. Now it was just a small punishment, nothing more. In fact, the curse technique maintained by his Zhenqi would not last more than a month at most, and then it would disappear. This was to make him remember to restrain himself in the future. He was still immersed in the library where he had a fixed spot. Everyone knew that this spot had been reserved by the history geek. Furthermore, with him becoming famous overnight, everyone knew that this history geek's martial arts cultivation was probably extremely powerful, so no one dared to seek trouble with him. However, he had two uninvited guests. As he was rapidly checking the information, a faint fragrance suddenly reached his nose. When he looked up, two beauties appeared in front of him. One was tall and the other short, each with their own merits. They were Dawn and Xiao Yuqin. Although he did not know Xiao Yuqin, he could more or less guess from the fact that she came with Dawn. I heard that Wang Yuetian is in some trouble at this time. Was it done by you? Xiao Yuqin asked directly without beating around the bush. What do you mean I did it? I don't know. Yi Shiwen obviously would not admit to it, so he denied it flatly. Forget it. I don't care if it was done by you or not. I just want to apologize to you first. I was the one who got Wang Yuetian to come, but I never expected things to turn out this way. Xiao Yuqin said with a slight bow. There's no need to apologize. It's not a big deal anyway. Yi Shiwen said with a shake of his head. He did not mind at all. How can that be? This matter was caused by us after all. Xiao Yuqin hurriedly said, how about this, as long as you join our Mecha Society? Be it the Wang family or the Dean, we can settle it. How about it? Xiao Yuqin's true motive was obvious. Chapter 23:20. Up to this day, she had not given up on the idea of roping Yi Shiwen into the Mecha Society. If she could rope in such a strong person, the improvement to the entire team was obvious, especially when she knew that Yi Shiwen had nearly single-handedly suppressed the Dean. It was even more so. The stronger a person was, the faster their reaction speed would be. In theory, their mecha piloting skills would also be better. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, I don't have that much time to participate in your activities. He had no interest in joining the Mecha Society. Over the past few years, he had spent a lot of time investigating the various historical information of the past 1,000 years. He would even go deep into the network that was not open to the public. With his powerful mental strength and learning ability, hacking skills were not too difficult for him even after more than 1,000 years. Even though he had set up countless layers of defense, there was nothing he could do against Yi Shiwen. As long as it was a machine, it would have a weakness. That was without a doubt. When he returned to Earth, everything had changed. However, he did not want to delay any further. He needed to do something. You do not need to participate in our daily training. How about this? You just need to help us fight a few battles when necessary. How about that? Xiao Yuqin pricked up her eyebrows and said, this was something she had discussed with Dawn. Even if Yi Shiwen did not participate in the daily training, his strength was still rather impressive. Although he could not be used all the time, he could be a trump card when necessary. Yi Shiwen frowned. He touched the silver ring on his index finger. He had attended school as an identity to deceive others. It did not matter to him if he did not attend school. He could not descend with his true body. No matter how weak Earth was in the eyes of his true body, it was still extremely dangerous for him, who was just a wisp of his consciousness. Of course, he had paid such a huge price and used dozens of pseudo-divine artifacts to get the martial sect to open up a rift to Earth. If he were to die tragically here, all his previous efforts would have been for naught. Therefore, although he had descended with a wisp of his consciousness, he still left a trump card. It was hidden in his inconspicuous silver ring. More than 1,000 years ago, silver had already changed from a precious metal to an ordinary metal. Moreover, more than 1,000 years later, with the development of the universe, various rare and precious metals had been developed in large quantities. Silver had become even more ordinary, like steel many years ago. In here, the deity had left 10 portions of energy for him so that he could restore the combat power of the great sage realm peak in one fell swoop in a short time, because the Earth space could only allow the existence of this level of power. If it was any stronger, it would attract heaven's retribution. If he could not overcome it, he would die. If he could overcome it, he would naturally ascend to the heaven realm. Because of the barrier of the seal, he couldn't contact his original body, unless he could untie the knot in his heart and successfully help his original body prove the Tao. Because he had this trump card, he didn't really care about the Wang clan's threat. If they didn't know what was good for them, he could just directly destroy them. However, the more he used this trump card, the less he would be able to use it. After all, it wasn't a power brought about by his proper cultivation. Although he could control this explosive power with his original body's memories and consciousness, his body couldn't support this explosive power for a long time. In short, try not to use it as much as possible. Well, I promise you, I don't want the Wang family to cause trouble for me again. Yi Shiwen said, Okay, no problem. Xiao Yuqin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Yi Shiwen wouldn't agree. Although she didn't know why, she could feel that Yi Shiwen was a bit too unscrupulous. Even in the face of the Wang clan, which was like a colossus to ordinary people, he didn't have the slightest fear. He attacked Wang Yuetian without hesitation. She didn't think that a person who could fix her teacher at this age would be a simple person. She didn't think that Yi Shiwen would be a brainless person. Then, what was his trump card? Could it be that he was a descendant of a big clan? In her knowledge, there didn't seem to be such a person in the Yi family. But since Yi Shiwen had already agreed, then she had nothing else to say. I can help to talk to the Wang clan, but the curse technique on Wang Yuetian. Xiao Yuqin was more and more sure that it must be related to Yi Shiwen. It will be fine in a month. What's the rush? He wanted to kill me. I'm just giving him a small punishment as a warning. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. His tone was as though he was talking about a good-for-nothing junior. Xiao Yuqin wanted to roll her eyes at him. In the beginning, he had vehemently denied it. After torturing Wang Yuetian for a few days, he actually said that it was just a small punishment as a warning. However, she was happy to receive this news. She could do the Wang family a favor. This would give her more confidence in suppressing the Wang family. And the reason why Yi Shiwen changed his attitude was because even Xiao Yuqin had guessed it. He probably couldn't hide it for long. The Wang family would likely know, so there was no point in hiding it. As for Xiao Yuqin and Dawn, they were naturally in a good mood with such a strong ally. As for the Wang family, it wasn't worth mentioning. After all, it was just a trivial matter. No lives were lost. She and Dawn were not without some background. After receiving Yi Shiwen's confirmation, Xiao Yuqin hurriedly went to the Wang family. And the Wang family, which was in an uproar over the matter, heaved a sigh of relief when they received Xiao Yuqin's confirmation. At the very least, they knew that Wang Yuetian's life was no longer in danger. Damn it, that Yi Shiwen actually dared to attack Tian'er. I will definitely tear him to shreds. Wang Haochang said with a mixture of shock and anger. He was angry that Wang Yuetian still had to be tortured for a month. He was shocked that the person who attacked Wang Yuetian was just a student. Shut up! Wang Hongwei shouted coldly as he reprimanded his son. If not for your protection and pampering of Tian'er, such a thing would not have happened. There are too many experts in this world. Does our Wang family want to offend each and every one of them? The Wang family could not even lift their heads after being reprimanded. Wang Hongwei had presided over matters in the Wang family for more than 100 years, so there was no need to mention his prestige. It was extremely high. Are we just going to let it go like this? Wang Haokong said with slight reluctance. As a soldier, he was not used to such a compromise. Don't act rashly. Investigate. First investigate the background of that student. If he really has a strong backing, then forget it. If he doesn't, then when the time comes, it will be beyond his control. Wang Hongwei glanced at his two sons and said, after all, he had experienced many storms and waves. Naturally, he knew that many people could not be judged by their appearance. Although the Wang family was powerful, it was not enough to cover the sky with one hand. He must ensure that there was no problem, and then when the time comes, he would make a move and kill. This was an old fox. Just from this matter, it could be seen that compared to his two sons, Wang Hongwei did not know how many times Laura was. In the campus of number 8 high school, a shocking situation occurred. Originally, Yi Shiwen was sure to be expelled, but unexpectedly he was not expelled, and it seemed that there was no punishment at all. The legendary powerful Wang family did not retaliate, and in the end there was no news of the teaching director, who was slapped in the face by Yi Shiwen. This matter had never happened. In the eyes of everyone, this was really too amazing. Whether it was the teaching director or the Wang family, they did not look like people who would swallow humiliation, but in the end there was no news of them. As a result, all kinds of rumors spread, such as Yi Shiwen's background could not be underestimated and so on. And Yi Shiwen, who was originally a historical weirdo, immediately became a famous person in the school. His popularity was close to that of Gao Tianxi, who had been famous for a few years. Moreover, the other protagonist of this incident, Wang Yuetian, also recuperated at home for a whole month. It must be known that with modern technology, such a degree of small injury could be healed in just a moment with medical equipment. But Wang Yuetian actually recuperated for a whole month, and when he reappeared, it was as if his whole body had shed a layer of skin and a layer of fat had fallen off. He had lost a whole circle of weight, and his spirit was listless. Except for a few people, no one knew that Wang Yuetian had been tortured for a whole month. And after he came back, he did not look for trouble with Yi Shiwen as everyone thought. Instead, he suddenly became low-key as if nothing had happened. He was so calm that it was a bit strange. Although everyone knew that something must have happened inside, they all kept their mouths shut. No matter how many people guessed, they had no way of knowing what exactly had happened. And in such guesses, it was the end of the first semester of the 3rd year of high school. After the nervous final exam, the last winter vacation of high school finally came. During the winter vacation, whether it was Gao Tianxi who wanted to find Yi Shiwen to go out to play, or Xiao Yuqin and others who had other purposes, they could not find Yi Shiwen. When they came to his residence, they only knew that he had left early in the morning. As for where he went, no one knew. And at this time, Yi Shiwen was already on the spaceship to Mars. Before he descended to the mortal world, he had already promised Gao Qingye to help look after the pilgrimage palace that he had left in the mortal world. It was the sect that he had established by himself. It had once supported half of the human race in the most chaotic era. Gao Qingye had defeated him, so he could be regarded as the ancestor of the pilgrimage palace. A few years ago he was not ready, so he did not go. This was the first time he had set foot on Mars. Chapter 23-21. The year 2012 was the day of the end of the world. Countless beasts descended from outer space and landed on Earth, initiating the greatest catastrophe in history, the Age of Cataclysm. These beasts wreaked havoc all over the world. The original island country of Japan was completely reduced to a paradise for the beasts. Under such circumstances, humans had to embark on the path of equal emphasis on science and martial arts, embarking on an unprecedented path of development. Since the cataclysm, humans embarked on the path of equal emphasis on science and martial arts. In addition to the emergence of a large number of experts in the field of martial arts, there had also been considerable development in the field of science and technology. Humans began to colonize other planets. In addition to the moon, Mars had become the second home of the human race after hundreds of years of transformation. Except for a small part of it occupied by beasts, most of it was under the control of humans. Venus and Mercury were completely reduced to resource planets. In addition, on the more distant Jupiter, most of the areas were completely under the control of the beasts. Although the beasts did not have the technology of humans, they could rely on their tyrannical bodies to cross the universe. The war between the two races began to spread all the way from Earth to the depths of the universe. On Jupiter, the largest planet, there were only a few base cities of the human race. It was impossible to achieve control like on Mars. The harsh environment on Jupiter was a huge problem for ordinary humans, but for the beasts, it was like a fish in water. It was nothing. Therefore, it became the base camp of the beasts in the entire solar system. With the development of Jupiter's landing base city, Mars had also become the second front line. Back then, the Pilgrimage Palace had set up its base camp on Mars to fight against the monsters. When the human race first landed on Mars, the Pilgrimage Palace had played an indelible and important role as the backbone of the human race. The environment on Mars was completely different from that on Earth. Many base cities stood on Mars. Although hundreds of years of governance had passed, most of the areas on Mars were still not suitable for ordinary people. Only powerful warriors could live freely on Mars. Although Mars was far away from Earth, it took only one day to reach the surface of Mars through the wormhole. The atmosphere on Mars was completely different from Earth. There were still many military buildings left on Mars. However, Yi Shiwen heard a shocking news when he arrived on Mars. The Pilgrimage Palace, which used to be incomparably powerful, had finally declined after hundreds of years. Just 2 years ago, it suffered a surprise attack from the Demon Beast Legion. Its base camp was breached and countless experts died tragically. Now, it had declined to the extent that only orphans and widows were left. Only a few people were left. After disappearing for several years, they finally returned to rebuild the Mountain Gate. Now, they were sending invitations to heroes to prepare for rebuilding the Mountain Gate. The Pilgrimage Palace has been one of the strongest sects of the human race since it first appeared over 1,000 years ago. Now it has fallen. Although it was defeated by the demonic beasts, I heard that it seems to have something to do with several human forces. Yi Shiwen was a little stunned when he heard the news. He did not expect that the foundation left by Gao Qingye in the human world would be destroyed. 2 years ago, he was still busy adapting to the human world and forging an identity. He did not know that such a big thing had happened. He sighed in his heart. After all, the Pilgrimage Palace was supported by Gao Qingye alone. There was a huge gap between it and those forces that had been passed down for countless years. However, Gao Qingye had made great contributions to the human race. Now, his descendants had suffered such a big disaster. It should not be. After receiving the news, Yi Shiwen quickly drove to the Pilgrimage Palace. Along the way, more news came. Sai, this time, it will not be easy to rebuild the Pilgrimage Palace. Although it has contributed to the human race, not everyone wants to see it rise again. Back then, Senior Gao was too strong and offended many people. It is said that he even offended the big shots of the upper realm. Now that he has ended up like this, it may be the intention of the upper realm. It really makes people speechless. If Senior Gao's spirit in the heaven realm knew about the situation here, he would probably be depressed and go crazy. It's really disappointing. When the Demon Beast Legion attacked the Pilgrimage Palace, no one from the major sects went to help. It seems that Senior Gao really offended too many people. I'm guessing that someone from the upper realm has spoken. Otherwise, it would not be like this. The more news he received, the more Yi Shiwen felt. At the same time, he was also very angry. This should not be the end of a hero. If the true martial domain and the remote antiquity also treated his descendants like this, he would also go crazy. However, then another news came, which made Yi Shiwen even more shocked and angry. It was said that someone wanted to cause trouble for them during the re-establishment of the Pilgrimage Palace. They could not let the Pilgrimage Palace be rebuilt. After receiving this news, Yi Shiwen was furious. He immediately got out of the car, opened the light wings, and flew towards the Pilgrimage Palace. Originally, it was impossible for him to fly in the Xiantian Great Perfection Realm. After all, he had not reached the Truth Realm. However, the light wings of the third layer of the demon wings that he had condensed allowed him to ignore this rule and have the ability to fly. The Martian continent was very vast. Because there was no seawater, the land area was much larger than the Earth. It was vast and boundless. If it was his original body, it would only be a matter of a thought. But now he flew crazily for 3 days and 3 nights, using satellite navigation, and finally reached the periphery of the Pilgrimage Palace. In the distance, on the scarlet land of Mars, a huge mountain range appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. On the mountain range, there were endless palaces. It seemed to be telling the story of how prosperous the Palace of Pilgrimage was in the past. However, it was only in the past. Now, most of the palaces had been destroyed in the flames of war. Yi Shiwen's expression was calm. He walked in the air, but his mood was somewhat surging. He also felt a little guilty. If he had received the news earlier, it would not have been like this. His entire body swept across the sky with the sound of rushing thunder, tearing a huge crack in the sky. The huge sound of breaking the sound barrier spread in all directions. Yi Shiwen stopped when he reached the foot of the mountain. He walked up the stone stairs that were originally opened. The whole stone stairs were very long. On the whole stone stairs, there were many people who were also rushing to the Pilgrimage Palace. Along the way, there were mottled moss, and some places were even cracked and broken. It seemed to indicate that a disaster had happened here, and the current Pilgrimage Palace did not have the ability to repair this facade. It was not difficult to imagine to what extent the Pilgrimage Palace had fallen. It's a pity that the mountain gate is still there, but the people... Yi Shiwen sighed. Even with his current cultivation, he had to sigh. The changes of the world, the cycle of life and death, seemed to be an inescapable fate and law. Yes, Senior Gao has made great contributions to our human race, but now the descendants have encountered a disaster. A similar sigh was heard. He saw a tall and sturdy man following him all the way from behind. Yi Shiwen looked at his cultivation. He had actually reached the truth realm. In the mortal world, such a cultivation was considered to be successful, and he could definitely have considerable privileges. However, his clothes were quite simple, and his face was weathered. He did not look like a prince, and seemed to be an ascetic. Yi Shiwen suddenly had a whole new level of respect for this man. There were thousands of cultivators, but those who could resist the temptation of the heart and practice ascetic cultivation were undoubtedly very firm. Such people would certainly become great people. I am Liao Liren. May I know how to address you, brother? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and asked. My surname is Yi. Yi Shiwen did not directly report his cultivation, but only said his surname. Liao Liren was not surprised. It was normal to be vigilant when one was outside, so it was not a big deal. If he did not find Yi Shiwen pleasing to the eye, he would not have rashly stepped forward to talk to him. "Brother Yi, are you also here to help this time?" Liao Liren said, "Those people are really too much." When the sacred palace was raided by the Demon Beast Legion, no one came out to help. Kunlun is known to be the best, and Shushan is known to be the leader of the righteous path. But in the end, they did not do anything. It is really disappointing. They only know how to retreat. In the past few years, Yi Shiwen had already read all kinds of information of the past thousands of years, so he was not ignorant of the things he was talking about. Kunlun, Shushan, Kongdong, and other sects seemed to have hidden themselves from the world for some reason. They only sent people down the mountain to kill the demons when the human race was in the most critical situation. As the war situation stabilized, they entered into a state of seclusion. Over time, many people did not even know of their existence. Nowadays, the most powerful sects were all established after the cataclysm. I am afraid it is not just that. I heard that this time, many people are planning to come and hit us when we are down, and not let the sacred palace be established smoothly. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly, and his eyes burst out with light. However, at this time, Liao Liren was immersed in his own emotions, so he did not notice this and continued to say, "Yes, I also heard such rumors, so I specially came to help. If anyone dares to cause trouble at this time, don't blame me, Liao Liren, for being impolite." Liao Liren clenched his fists and said, "Senior Gao has done his best for the human race. Although he has now ascended, he should not end up like this." Yi Shiwen was gratified. Although some people were cruel and unscrupulous, there was justice in people's hearts. After all, there were still people who could remember what Gao Qingye had done for the human race, so his efforts were not in vain. Chapter 23-22. From Liao Liren's side, Yi Shiwen also learned that not everyone came to look for trouble. At least a considerable number of people came because of the reputation and came to help. For example, Liao Liren was one of them. Although I, Liao Liren, have only cultivated for a short period of time and have never seen Senior Gao, I have long heard about Senior Gao's deeds. 2 years ago, I was in closed-door training, so I didn't know anything. But this time, I must not let the rascals succeed. This kind of thing that makes our friends suffer and our enemies happy must not happen again. After entering the mountain, there was not only an antique scene, but also a lot of modern atmosphere, including many communication towers, streetlights, and so on. Both science and martial arts were clearly reflected in this aspect. Today's warriors naturally couldn't be the same as thousands of years ago. They had to keep up with the times and constantly improve. Although the entire mountain gate had been repaired, there were still some broken fences and dilapidated walls in some corners. Now, the decline of the sacred palace was evident. They didn't even have the energy to repair the mountain gate's facade. The dignified sacred palace has also become like this now. At the mountain gate, many people who came earlier and later were gathered here. This time, the sacred palace is very grateful for everyone coming to the reopening ceremony of the sacred palace. Not long after Yi Shiwen arrived, 2 figures walked out from the depths of the mountain gate, one old and one young. The old one was an old man who looked 70 or 80 years old, and the young one was only 5 or 6 years old. She was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. Although she was young, she seemed to have a fortitude that ordinary little girls didn't have. Obviously, she had also experienced a lot. Ah, poor sacred palace. It was so glorious in the past. Now, only an internal elder and the last bloodline of Senior Gao, Gao Shuexian, are left. Someone sighed. It was not that these 2 were the only people left in the sacred palace, but the rest were some servant women. Many of them were newly recruited. It was not wrong to say that they were almost extinct. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. Heaven is blind. Liao Liren said, "Heaven is blind. Sacred palace, you have such a day. Today, let us, the Blood Crow cult, annihilate you completely." In the sky, dozens of bloody figures appeared. The bloody aura was surging, almost covering the sky. Blood Crow cult. This evil sect. How dare you come out? Liao Liren bulged his eyes in fury. Hundreds of years ago, the Blood Crow cult was extremely brutal. They trained themselves with human blood and caused the destruction of an entire base city. Nobody escaped. Later, they were destroyed by Senior Gao, and the leader of the Blood Crow cult was killed by Senior Gao, too. After hundreds of years of hunting, they were thought to be extinct. It never occurred to me that there were still survivors. Yi Shiwen looked at the surging blood qi that filled the sky. The Blood Crow cult was the cult founded by the son of Senior Immortal Yuan Miao in the human world. He snorted coldly. Martial Great Sect was a dignified orthodox sect in the world of martial arts. It was a dignified and prestigious sect. It didn't have any martial arts, yet it chose to learn some unorthodox martial arts. Sect Li. Tian, the comma for four. Four for four. Four of. Li King, of Li, the god for four. Hundreds of years ago, the Holy Palace was the main force that pursued the Blood Crow cult. Humph, you are just a bunch of useless trash. You want to stop us, the Blood Crow cult? What a joke. Even the heavens want to annihilate your Holy Palace. Today is the day of your death, said an expert of the Blood Crow cult. This time, the Blood Crow cult has turned out in full force. Even the Blood Crow Archbishop has been dispatched. Are the sects stationed on Mars blind? They didn't see such a huge amount of bloody aura. Someone roared. In the past few years, the Blood Crow cult had become a street rat that everyone hated. How could the sects on Mars not have any reaction when such a large number of people were dispatched? Many of the people present were here to help. They were not fools. How could they not notice it at all? Kill. Today, I will eliminate the last bloodline of the Holy Palace. I will let that old guy cry in the heaven realm. Ha ha ha. The Blood Crow Archbishop laughed wildly. Kill them as well. Use their blood to practice martial arts. Hundreds of years ago, he was just a low-level member of the Blood Crow cult. In front of Gao Qingye, he was just like an ant. People like him could not be mentioned in the same breath as Gao Qingye, who grew up during the Great Cataclysm. At that time, he could only flee in panic like a mouse. Now he was here to eliminate the last bloodline of Gao Qingye. It was really the cycle of heaven. It worked every time. As soon as the Blood Crow Archbishop gave the order, hundreds of figures pounced out from the blood cloud. All of them were the elites of the Blood Crow cult. In order to wipe out the last bloodline of the Pilgrimage Palace, they had turned out in full force. On the mountain gate, many figures rushed into the sky. There were many experts of the Blood Crow cult, but there were also many experts who came to help. Although most of them were individual practitioners, there were still hundreds of them. After all, the majority of them were cruel and unscrupulous. For a moment, the experts of the Blood Crow cult were fighting in a mess. Almost all of them were experts above the truth realm. There were even some experts of the legendary realm and sage realm. Miss, our formation can be activated. The internal elder looked at the countless experts of the Blood Crow cult in the sky and said with a determined look, Yes. Gao Shuexian nodded. The formation left by the ancestors should be activated at this time. She did not look like a little girl who was only a few years old at all. Perhaps it was because of the great changes that she had experienced that she matured much faster than ordinary people. From today onwards, the mission of the Holy Palace will also end. However, before the internal elder could make a move, a shocking sword key suddenly swept across. A peerless divine weapon, Genesis, pierced through the clouds and swept towards the sky. An expert of the Blood Crow cult screamed and was hit by the sweeping sword key. He did not have time to move and turned into a blood mist on the spot. Not even his bones were left. Everyone was horrified. This was an expert of the Blood Crow cult who was at the peak of the truth realm. However, he was killed by a single sword attack. The expert who was fighting with him was also stunned and did not know what to do. He did not expect that someone would suddenly lend a helping hand. However, this was just the beginning. Another sword attack swept over, and another expert of the Blood Crow cult was cut in half on the spot. It was extremely miserable. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen in horror and saw that it was a young man with a long sword in his hand. The long sword was engraved with simple and unadorned patterns. At this moment, a burst of amazing light burst out. The sword key swept out like a waterfall and swept across the sky. Wherever it passed, the sky would shatter into two halves. The expert of the Blood Crow cult was killed on the spot. Damn, he's so fierce! Liao Liren did not expect Yi Shiwen to be so fierce. Although he did not look down on Yi Shiwen, he was just a Xiantian great perfection. In a battle of this level, he was just a cannon fodder. Even an expert of the truth realm like him was useless here, let alone a Xiantian expert. However, who would have thought that Yi Shiwen's strength was far beyond his expectations? Everyone's gaze turned over. Everyone could see that the reason why the Xiantian expert was so ferocious was all because of the ancient sword in his hand. One sword to break all laws. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. However, for such a fierce attack, the consumption of qi must be astronomical. How could a Xiantian expert support it? The Pilgrimage Palace's internal affairs elder, who was planning to activate the formation immediately, also stopped. If this person could stop the Blood Crow cult, then there would be no need to activate the final formation that would cause both sides to suffer. With Yi Shiwen's martial power, unless he used the energy in the ring, it was naturally impossible to burst out such a level of power. He was relying on the angels, sword in his hand. This time he had many trump cards. Not only the angel's sword, but also the demon summoning banner which was sealed in the ring and brought back. This could ensure that he was foolproof. Although his own martial power could not support such consumption, there was a spiritual vein sealed in his storage ring. In a battle of this level, he did not have to worry about consumption at all. He would only need to worry when he used the divine weapon. Just some evil demons. It's fine if they escaped previously, but they actually dare to appear at this time. They are really courting death. Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer. The angel's sword in his hand shot out again and killed another expert of the Blood Crow cult. Yi Shiwen's body did not move, and he easily killed the expert of the Blood Crow cult. Such strength and methods made everyone's hair stand on end. There was a sense of horror in them. Such strength was simply unfathomable. Kill him. Today, we're going to wash the Pilgrimage Palace with blood. No one can stop us. A Blood Crow cult expert roared. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire head was pierced by the sword aura. In a battle of this level, Yi Shiwen's strength was simply overwhelming. There was no fear at all. Yi Shiwen's strength was a little weaker. However, with his Tao validation realm, he could use the angel's sword without any pressure. There was still a long way to go if they wanted to compete with him. The spirit of this expert leaped out of his body and wanted to escape. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him this opportunity? He was like a demon god. He attacked with his sword and killed this expert completely. Everyone was stunned. This was a master of the legendary realm of the Blood Crow cult. It could be said that he was at the peak of the sage realm apart from the bishop level. However, such a tyrannical existence had been killed by Yi Shiwen's sword. He couldn't even withstand the second move. Such a scene was really appalling. Roar! These experts of the Blood Crow cult were completely furious. They were furious when they saw their companions being killed by Yi Shiwen one after another. Chapter 23:23. These experts of the Blood Crow church roared. They abandoned their opponents and surrounded Yi Shiwen. What's wrong? Are you distressed? Yi Shiwen raised the corner of his mouth, and a faint smile flashed across his face. It seemed as if he was ridiculing them. You guys have done all sorts of evil deeds. You should have died long ago." Yi Shiwen held the long sword in his hand and remained motionless. He looked like a demon god as his sword fluttered in the bloody wind. "You've killed so many experts of my church. I think you're tired of living. There's no place for you in this world anymore." An incomparably powerful expert of the Blood Crow Church roared, and suddenly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. He had condensed his own principles. He was a sage-level expert. Great Sage Realm was already the peak of the human race nowadays. These old monsters had basically gone into hiding in order to ascend. Otherwise, they would still die when their 1,000 years of lifespan were up. Basically, the top experts that ordinary people could see nowadays were at the sage level. Even if they were only at the sage level, they could already chase after the stars and the moon. They could carry mountains and boil seas. Their strength was extraordinary. So, it was not a problem for them to cross the interstellar space. Idiot! The iron sword in Yi Shiwen's hand swept across the sky. The sword energy soared for thousands of meters and directly penetrated the head of this sage realm expert on the spot. Blood, mixed with brain matter, splattered out. A puny sage realm expert dares to be arrogant in front of me. Finally, everyone reacted. This Yi Shiwen was not as simple as the strength he had displayed. They had seen a Xiantian realm expert killing a sage realm expert, like killing a chicken. Not to mention the sword in his hand. A powerful divine tool could indeed allow people to challenge higher levels. However, they had never heard of a Xiantian realm expert killing a sage realm expert that had already exceeded the level that a divine tool could achieve. Even if a Xiantian expert was given a divine tool, it would still be useless. So he was certainly not as simple as he looked on the surface. He must have some other trump cards. This person was not simple. "Boy, you dare to meddle in the business of our Blood Crow Church. You're dead." The Archbishop of the Blood Crow Church had gone crazy. A sage expert was hard to come by. However, he had been stabbed to death by Yi Shiwen's sword. This was going to hurt his vitality. Great hatred. Great hatred. It was especially so in recent years. Although the Pilgrimage Palace was the main force hunting them down, due to their history, the other major forces were also openly and covertly rejecting them. Evil and heretical people should be punished, and it was not just a slogan. Evil and unorthodox. Yi Shiwen sneered, and a murderous aura swept out from his body. It was as if the most terrifying and austere atmosphere had swept out. "What's wrong with killing a few of you? I didn't see you feeling distressed when you used people to practice your martial arts. This is the cycle of karma and the retribution of the heavens." Yi Shiwen said, "Courting death." Archbishop Shui pressed forward coldly. Step by step, he was extremely tyrannical. Compared to that saint, it was unknown how much more tyrannical he was. This was the strength of a great saint, far surpassing that of a saint. A long spear appeared in his hand. He walked over step by step and directly stabbed towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! In an instant, fragments appeared in the sky, and a huge vacuum appeared. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. This spear was as thick as a mountain ridge, and it pierced downwards. Clang! The long sword in Yi Shiwen's hand met the tip of the spear. Bang! There was a huge roar, and they finally collided together. It was a fierce collision. Countless laws on Archbishop Shui's body swept out wildly, trying to kill Yi Shiwen. At this time, a powerful fallen angel appeared on Yi Shiwen's Sword of Angels, protecting him in it. These laws could not hurt Yi Shiwen at all. Although the Sword of Angels was not a very balanced martial instrument for offense and defense, it was more than enough to resist the suppression of a great saint. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly opened and turned into the eyes of redemption. The endless power of redemption twisted into a mountain and a world, and it also suppressed towards Archbishop Shui. This was a kind of majestic power that instantly drowned Archbishop Shui. At this time, Archbishop Shwe did not give in at all. Bloody clouds appeared in front of him, blocking Yi Shiwen's power of redemption without giving in at all. With Yi Shiwen's current skill, it was naturally impossible to exert the Eye of Redemption to its fullest potential. However, Yi Shiwen didn't intend to rely on the power of redemption to finish off this great sage realm opponent. The angel's sword in his hand was constantly clanging and emitting an astonishing radiance. Buried earth sword! The sword of angels in his hand grew bigger and bigger in the sky. Soon, like a huge mountain range, it slashed down towards Archbishop Shwe. Boom! Even the sky was shattered by this huge force. The momentum was heavy, and it borrowed the force of the attack to directly sweep down. The Blood Crow Archbishop was also extraordinary. The Blood Crow cult naturally had its own inheritance. To be able to make the son of venerable immortal Yuan Miao give up the martial ancestors' martial arts cultivation and choose the Blood Crow cult's martial arts, one could imagine that he was not a simple person. His long spear went up. Dang! There was a huge roar. Archbishop Shwe only felt that his whole body was trembling, and a strange force was raging in his body. He gritted his teeth and barely held on. He had already seen that Yi Shiwen's power came from the Sword of Angels in his hand. Without the Sword of Angels, Yi Shiwen could not defeat a great sage no matter how heaven-defying he was. He did not believe that Yi Shiwen could hold on for long with his skill. With such consumption, an ordinary innate realm master could not resist a blow and would be directly drained and turned into a mummy. Swoosh! Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's figure suddenly disappeared. Only a thunderous sound could be heard. Yi Shiwen directly passed through the void and appeared directly behind Archbishop Shwe. Then he transformed into Sky Flipping Seal and blasted it down on the spot. Sky Flipping Seal seemed to be turning the sky upside down, and it pressed down directly. Boom! It directly hit the back of Archbishop Shwe's head, and he staggered on the spot. Archbishop Shwe's blood-colored hair flew around, and his whole body looked disheveled. He looked very embarrassed. Although Yi Shiwen's sky-flipping seal did not seriously injure him, it also made him embarrassed. He roared, opened his mouth, and roared out a blood-colored beam of light that blasted toward Yi Shiwen. Rumble! The blood-colored beam of light tore a huge crack in the sky and spread toward Yi Shiwen. Everyone cried out in alarm. It seemed as if Yi Shiwen would be killed in the next second. Swish! With a loud thunder, Yi Shiwen simply disappeared directly in the sky, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Blood Pressure Archbishop was frightened. His strength was very tyrannical. Although he was not the most tyrannical existence, and even the Great Sage realm had some tricks, he was already a genuine Great Sage after all. However, a genuine Great Sage, could not do anything to this damn guy in front of him. Moreover, he was completely in a passive position. If he was not careful, he might really die. Thinking of this, he felt a chill all over his body. Damn kid, go to hell! He roared and turned into a huge blood crow, which was as huge as a mountain and flew into the sky. A mass of blood chi was released from Blood Crow Archbishop's body like a wave, instantly drowning the entire void. He wanted to force Yi Shiwen out. He was completely furious, and he wanted to use all means to kill Yi Shiwen. Swish! It didn't force Yi Shiwen out. Instead, a sword chi swept out and swept across the void. However, a loud scream was heard. The huge sea of blood was split open, and the sword chi directly swept towards the blood crow's body. The wings of this huge blood crow were cut off on the spot. Blood splashed hundreds of feet high and fell to the ground. The huge blood crow also screamed and turned back into Archbishop Shwe. Although he cultivated this kind of evil technique, he was not a real blood crow after all. So, after being severely injured, he would still turn back into a human form. Everyone was completely shocked. This Archbishop Shwe Ye had great achievements and had already stepped into the ranks of the strongest in the world. However, he was so embarrassed under Yi Shiwen's attack. He was almost killed by Yi Shiwen directly. If he had not dodged in time, he might have died on the spot. Archbishop Shui held a long spear in one hand and retreated repeatedly, staring at Yi Shiwen. "Want to leave? Where do you think you're going?" Yi Shiwen sneered and chased directly. At this time, the other elite masters of the Blood Crow Church surrounded Yi Shiwen. They wanted to delay Yi Shiwen's footsteps. They wanted to kill Yi Shiwen as a group. He was just a warrior of the Xiantian realm. No matter how powerful he was, could he fight against all of them? Idiot, burial sword. The angel's sword in Yi Shiwen's hand erupted and instantly condensed into a huge light sword. The light sword boiled in the sky and instantly surged out, forming countless sword shadows and directly slashed down. Puff, puff, puff. These elite masters of Blood Crow Archbishop who rushed over could not stop Yi Shiwen's footsteps at all. They were slashed into a cloud of blood mist by the angel's sword and exploded in the air. The sky was raining blood. It looked extremely bloody. Archbishop Shui Ye's eyes were wide open, and he felt that he was about to vomit blood. He never thought that one day he would be so miserable. The only remaining elite of their Blood Crow Archbishop was killed by Yi Shiwen with a sword. It was almost like the 10,000 swords returned to origin. It was so strong that it did not seem like a martial art of the mortal world. Roar! He roared like a beast. He held a long spear and swept out a shocking long blood-red light. It instantly turned into a sea of blood and fell towards Yi Shiwen majestically. Chapter 23-24. Buried Heaven's Sword. Another majestic light swept up. It grew bigger and bigger in the sky and directly swept down. Boom! There was another huge collision. The energy frenzy swept in all directions and rolled back. In an instant, only a roar could be heard. Then the spear in Archbishop Shui Ye's hand instantly bounced off, and then instantly turned into powder. It turned into bloody powder. Originally, the quality of his spear was far inferior to the angel's sword. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen's inferior skill, perhaps he would be slashed in the first exchange. However, after a few collisions, his body was already full of scars and completely shattered on the spot. Yi Shiwen's sword light did not reduce its momentum and directly slashed on Archbishop Shui Ye's body. Archbishop Shui Ye screamed and was also slashed in half. Blood directly splashed out on the spot. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and watched helplessly as Yi Shiwen single-handedly destroyed the invincible Blood Crow cult that had done all kinds of evil deeds with a single sword strike. Even if there were any remnants left, they couldn't make any big waves under the situation where most of the elites were annihilated again. It could be said that almost all of them were killed. Many people couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Originally, the Blood Crow cult had been cultivating and recuperating for many years. It could be said that they had recovered to a considerable extent. One could know it just by looking at the emergence of another archbishop. However, he was still killed on the spot by Yi Shiwen alone. This person is actually not a human, but a monster. This thought suddenly popped up in many people's minds. Otherwise, they couldn't figure out how an innate realm master could kill a great sage. It was simply unimaginable. Xiantian! In the eyes of the people present, this level was not considered as a big deal, but now it had erupted with a shocking strength. Even Liao Liren, who was originally talking and laughing with Yi Shiwen, had a speechless expression on his face and didn't know what to say. Yi Shiwen kept the angel's sword and slowly walked in front of Gao Shuexian. He touched Gao Shuexian's little head and looked at her little face that was a little frightened, but she still forced herself to remain calm. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it was an ordinary child, she would have been scared to death seeing such a killing scene. However, Gao Shuexian didn't. Instead, she forcefully maintained her composure. This was already very difficult for her. Yi Shiwen asked, Are you Gao Shuexian? Yes, Xiaoxian greets Senior. Gao Shuexian immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Senior, you killed these demons from the Blood Crow sect and saved our pilgrimage palace from danger. I am extremely grateful. Yi Shiwen looked at the little girl's face. She should have known nothing at this age. She should have lived a carefree life. However, she had been forced to know too much. Perhaps because there were too many generations between them. His appearance did not look too similar to Gao Qingye's. However, the stubbornness between his brows was almost exactly the same. Thank you for your help, Senior. The Internal Affairs elder immediately knelt down and said, at this moment, the dignity of a great sect was no longer needed. Nothing was more important than surviving. He was even prepared to perish together with the demons of the Blood Crow cult. He did not expect to survive. Yi Shiwen accepted the two's kowtows, regardless of age or seniority. He was indeed the grandmaster of these two. If I wasn't here just now, were you prepared to activate the formation and perish together with the demons of the Blood Crow cult? Yi Shiwen asked. Although he did not attack immediately, he had a panoramic view of everything that happened in the field. Do you know that she is the last descendant of Gao Qingye? Where there's life, there's hope. You should understand this principle. If she was still alive, she could naturally make a comeback. However, she has reopened the gate and attracted the enemy. If Gao Qingye's bloodline is cut off because of this, you won't be able to absolve yourself even if you die 100 times. Yi Shiwen's aura erupted. There was a kind of indescribable majesty. He clearly felt that the person in front of him was not strong, but he still gave him a feeling that he was an ant. Senior, please don't blame Grandpa Lien. This is my request. Gao Shuexian said unhurriedly. Although she was young, her speech was clear. Our pilgrimage palace has flourished in the hands of Grandpa. It is an outstanding talent of the human race. Now that it has been breached, I should work hard to cultivate and bring glory to the pilgrimage palace in the future. However, when I escaped from the pilgrimage palace previously, I was already seriously injured. I'm afraid that I don't have much time left. Therefore, I begged Grandpa Lien to bring me back. Our pilgrimage palace has flourished in the hands of Grandpa. I can't let it perish silently. Even if I die, I want to be as brilliant as the summer flowers. The surrounding people were amazed. Gao Shuexian had such a clear mind at such a young age. Such a talent was extraordinary. If she could grow up normally, she would probably be another young genius of the generation. However, such a young girl was seriously injured now. She might not have long to live. The heavens were really jealous of her. This can't be. Senior Gao has worked hard for the development of our human race. She shouldn't end up like this. How could this happen? Damn it. The pilgrimage palace was extremely glorious in the past. However, it also made too many enemies. Sigh, the tea cools when the people are gone. It's nothing more than this. Yi Shiwen looked at Gao Shuexian. On the surface, there wasn't the slightest difference. However, Yi Shiwen could still feel that Gao Shuexian's breathing was much weaker than that of an ordinary child. It seemed that she was seriously injured. He opened the eyes of redemption and immediately saw that many meridians in Gao Shuexian's body were broken. Her muscles were also cracked everywhere. Her internal organs were constantly bleeding. She must have been attacked by a great master in the battle 2 years ago. It was incredible that she could survive until now. If Yi Shiwen's main body was here, it would only take a thought to heal her. However, he was only a clone now. Although he also knew the Phoenix regeneration technique, it would take a considerable amount of time to heal others. Moreover, it was such a fatal injury. However, it was fortunate that she encountered him. Otherwise, she would be dead if it was someone else. Her entire body had been injured to this extent. It was absolutely hopeless. Otherwise, Gao Shuexian wouldn't have come back. Aren't you afraid of death? Yi Shiwen looked at Gao Shuexian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, My death is near. It doesn't matter whether I'm afraid or not, because it doesn't help. Gao Shuexian said calmly. Her body, which was originally trembling because of the massacre, had also stabilized. Many people who have lived for thousands of years are not as open-minded as you. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Many people who were about to die would do things that ordinary people couldn't imagine. A cornered dog would jump over a wall. This was the truth. Yi Shiwen looked at Gao Shuexian with admiration. It was a pity. If he hadn't already accepted Gao Qingye as his disciple, it would be a mess if he accepted Gao Shuexian. He really had the intention to accept Gao Shuexian. Unlike the cute and naive Leah, Gao Shuexian had seen too much and experienced too much, so she was more mature. However, since Gao Shuexian was the descendant of Gao Qingye, she was naturally his grand disciple. There was no difference. Do you know why I saved you? Yi Shiwen looked at Gao Shuexian, an internal elder, and asked. I don't know. Gao Shuexian shook her head. It wasn't just the two of them who had this question. Even the hundreds of individual cultivators who came to help were a little puzzled. Where did this monster come from? Why did he help the sacred palace? One should know that the sacred palace had offended a lot of people. This time, it could be seen that there were too many people who wanted them dead. The Blood Crow cult was just the vanguard and a gun that was ordered by others. Some people didn't want to bear this infamy, so they acquiesced to the Blood Crow cult's actions. Because I'm Gao Qingye's master. Yi Shiwen said lightly. Everyone was stunned on the spot, especially Gao Shuexian. She had never thought that she would get such an answer. This young man who looked like he was only in the innate realm was actually Gao Qingye's master. How was this possible? Everyone present was in an uproar. They couldn't believe it. In the past hundreds of years, there had never been any news that Gao Qingye had such a master. It should be said that such a master didn't exist at all. Many people knew that Gao Qingye was self-taught. He had inadvertently obtained the inheritance of an ancient, great power. That was how he rose to prominence in the great cataclysm and became a great figure who led the human race. But now, someone suddenly appeared and said that he was Gao Qingye's master. How could they believe it? But they couldn't find any reason to object. Because there was really nothing to plot in the sacred palace now. The sacred palace had been breached, and all kinds of things had been taken away by the Demon Beast Legion and the people who came later to take advantage of the situation. Now, there were only two people left, one old and one young. There was nothing to plot at all. What benefits could they get by pretending to be Gao Qingye's master? I am now announcing to the world that the sacred palace will be rebuilt. If there's any dissatisfaction or want to settle old scores, feel free to come and find me. Yi Shiwen glanced at the crowd and said, he didn't believe that all these people were here to help. There must be spies from various forces among them. After all, the rebuilding of the sacred palace was a big event. It was impossible for them to be unresponsive. Even if they didn't come in person, they would send someone to take a look. Within this month, if you want to cause trouble, feel free to come. I'm very grateful that everyone came to help. Go and rest first. Tonight, I will personally receive everyone. Yi Shiwen said faintly. Then he looked at Gao Shuexian and the Internal Affairs Elder and said, both of you, come with me. Gao Shuexian and the Internal Affairs Elder looked at each other, then followed Yi Shiwen into the mountain gate. As everyone said, they had nothing to plot. If he wanted to harm them, he didn't have to do this. He could just ignore it. I'll update more tomorrow. I had a bad headache last night. Today I went to check it. It was said that I had high blood pressure. I often felt headache and dizzy before, and my whole body was weak because of this. My blood pressure was as high as 150. It was said that living such a life of reversing day and night was too stressful for the body. In addition, I have some internal injuries. I must regulate my life in the future and exercise more. Otherwise, I'll be finished before I reach 30 years old. However, I didn't think it was a big deal at first. If I didn't get excited, I wouldn't feel dizzy. However, since I knew that I had high blood pressure, the pressure in my heart skyrocketed. I kept thinking about when I was going to die. I felt dizzy all the time. Finally, sleep early and wake up early. I'll update more tomorrow. Chapter 23-25. Yi Shiwen didn't care about the outsiders guessing the authenticity of his identity because it was unnecessary. However, he must let Gao Shuexian and the internal elder know his identity. They went directly into the depths of the mountain gate. Yi Shiwen scanned around with his divine senses and confirmed that there was no one around. Then he took out a token. Gao Shuexian was still a little confused, but the internal elder suddenly became excited because he recognized this token. It was the token of the head of the sect. Moreover, it was the token of the first-generation head of the sect. It was taken along with Gao Qingye when he ascended. Later, the second-generation head of the sect forged another token to show his respect to Gao Qingye. It was already different from the token of the first-generation head. Others could be counterfeited, but this token could not be counterfeited because Gao Qingye's divine senses were still left on it. He could immediately distinguish it. He looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. Was he really Gao Qingye's master? How was this possible? Everyone knew that Gao Qingye was self-taught. He didn't have a master at all. However, the cataclysm was so chaotic that a lot of historical materials had been lost. It was not impossible for Gao Qingye to have a master. The most important thing was that there was nothing to plot in the current pilgrimage palace. There were only a few insignificant people. All kinds of ancient martial arts secret books had long been taken away. There was no value left. Could it be Yi Shiwen put away the token and said, "This was given to me by Gao Qingye. He asked me to take care of the pilgrimage palace. I didn't expect such a thing to happen." Shao Xian pays respect to master. Gao Shuexian didn't think too much. She kowtowed on the spot. "Get up," Yi Shiwen said and helped Gao Shuexian up. "Your injuries are too serious. I can't cure you in a short time. However, you should be able to recover in 3 to 5 years if you follow me." Gao Shuexian and the internal elder were completely stunned. It was as if they had heard the most incredible thing. They were already disheartened, especially Gao Shuexian. She was barely suppressing her injuries. She wasn't lying when she said that she didn't have much time left. However, the master in front of them had a way to cure her. Who would want to die if they could be cured? They naturally didn't want to die. "Let me treat you first and stabilize your injuries." Yi Shiwen stretched out his hand and placed it on Gao Shuexian's forehead. Both of them faintly heard the cry of a phoenix. Then, a warm torrent of energy poured into Gao Shuexian's body. Gao Shuexian's body was on the verge of collapsing. However, it miraculously stopped collapsing. In the past 2 years, they had tried everything they could think of. They had even secretly sought out some trustworthy masters who were on good terms with the pilgrimage palace. However, none of them could treat Gao Shuexian's injuries. Being able to keep her alive for the time being was already the best they could do. However, they didn't know how those mortal techniques could be compared with Yi Shiwen's god-level power technique. However, in just a short period of time, they had already begun to believe in this excessively young grandmaster. At the very least, he had stabilized Gao Shuexian's injuries. Moreover, this grandmaster's strength was even more eye-catching. If this went on, it might really be possible to rebuild the pilgrimage palace. "Let's go and meet the guests with Grandmaster." Yi Shiwen took Gao Shuexian's hand and walked out. As night fell, the entire pilgrimage mountain was lit up by various lights and electricity. It was as bright as daytime. A banquet was set up in the huge square. Various servants were shuttling back and forth. People who came to help were toasting and exchanging toasts. It was a joyous occasion. Although the pilgrimage palace had been breached, it still had enough money to hire these servants, even if there was only a little bit of foundation left. However, Although everyone was toasting and exchanging toasts, they would still pay attention to Yi Shiwen and the others who had yet to appear on the main seat from time to time. During the day, Yi Shiwen killed the people of the Blood Crow cult in a stunning manner. He slaughtered all their elites. Even the Archbishop of the Blood Crow cult died in his hands. The whole world was shocked. Although they didn't go out now, they could imagine how shocked the outside world was. When did such a terrifying master appear in the pilgrimage palace? He was actually Gao Qingye's master. When did Gao Qingye have a master? If he had a master, how powerful would he be? It was unimaginable how tyrannical his cultivation would be if he lived to this day. However, what made them depressed was that they couldn't remember what Yi Shiwen looked like no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't even draw a picture. Even the video recorded by the camera was blurry, as if someone was interfering with the signal. They clearly saw Yi Shiwen's appearance, but when they really tried to recall it, it was as if they were censored. They couldn't remember it at all. However, they didn't know that this was Yi Shiwen's intention. He didn't want to be discovered so quickly and fall into endless trouble. Therefore, he isolated the surrounding space with the power of redemption. Therefore, although everyone could see him, it was a blur when they really recalled it. It was even more impossible for those electronic devices to really take a picture of his appearance. However, everyone could still imagine that the outside world was now completely stirred up. As long as there was such an existence in the pilgrimage palace who could easily kill a great sage, no one would dare to underestimate him. Finally, they waited for Yi Shiwen's appearance. He appeared in front of everyone with Gao Shuexian. An internal affairs elder was responsible for some overall planning work. Now that Yi Shiwen was here, he naturally didn't have to be careful all the time. "Greetings, senior." Everyone stood up and said with their fists cupped. Although they didn't know the true origin of Yi Shiwen and didn't know if he was really Gao Qingye's master, everyone dared not underestimate him based on his strength alone. "You guys sit down," said Yi Shiwen, sitting on the main seat with Gao Shuexian. He glanced at the crowd and said, "No matter what, the pilgrimage palace is in great trouble today. I am very grateful that the Lord can come and help." No, Senior is too polite. Senior Gao is a benefactor to the human race. We are just doing what we should do, said Liao Liren quickly in a loud voice. At this time, he didn't dare to call Yi Shiwen's name directly, but replaced it with Senior. That's right. The pilgrimage palace shouldn't end here. We can't let Senior Gao be disappointed in the heaven realm. We just lifted a finger. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Moreover, we didn't help much in the end, said someone. Many people were a little embarrassed. As that person said, in the end, it was actually Yi Shiwen who eliminated the masters of the Blood Crow cult in one fell swoop. If it was just them alone, even if they fought to the death, it would be difficult to escape the fate of being destroyed by the Blood Crow cult. After all, there was no possibility of them surviving the attack of a great sage. For you, it's just lifting a finger, but in the end, you still came to help our pilgrimage palace. We, the pilgrimage palace, are absolutely not ungrateful people. As Yi Shiwen said, he waved his hand directly. There was only the sound of phoenix, cries in the sky. In an instant, hundreds of phoenixes flew out, and then with amazing momentum, they submerged into everyone's body. Before everyone could react, they only felt a warm current circulating in their body. Then they found that the internal injuries that existed in their body were also recovering at an amazing speed. Many of them were old injuries, but in the blink of an eye, they had almost recovered. Everyone had a strange expression, and then a burst of incomparable surprise. When they looked at Yi Shiwen again, there was a somewhat incredulous expression in their eyes. In fact, many of them were old injuries that couldn't be cured at all. They had thought of many ways to solve it, but there was no way to solve it. They didn't expect Yi Shiwen to solve it immediately. It was simply incredible. What kind of martial technique was this? It was so magical. Moreover, he was able to treat hundreds of people in one breath. This kind of skill was simply unimaginable. Everyone no longer dared to doubt Yi Shiwen. What Xiantian Peak, and so on, he was probably using it to deceive people. Although they did not know why Yi Shiwen did this. But it was far from being a match for them. It was naturally impossible to do it with Yi Shiwen's current strength alone. Most of it was relying on the hidden spirit crystals to support such consumption. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. This Junior is very grateful. My injuries are really healed. I have been tortured for more than 100 years, and there is no way to cure it. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Everyone bowed their heads, one after another. Many old injuries had been torturing them until now. Many of them might have hurt the deepest part of their body, and it couldn't be cured at all. Suffering from these old injuries day after day was a normal warrior. It was said that the lifespan of a warrior could easily reach hundreds or thousands of years, but in fact it was only rare for a warrior to live to that age safely. These old injuries that couldn't be cured would also shorten one's lifespan. No matter what they had originally thought at this moment, all of them were sincerely thankful to him. You're welcome. It's just a little effort. Yi Shiwen tried to pretend that it was just a little effort. However, it really didn't consume too much of his energy. After all, they weren't like Gao Shuexian, whose bodily functions were on the verge of being cut off. They only had some chronic illnesses, and not serious illnesses. At this moment, an incomparably huge roar came from the sky. Bang! A huge bombardment sounded. The huge mountain gate was shaken, as if it had been hit by some meteorite. An expert has come to attack. Suddenly, everyone reacted at once. Such a huge movement naturally couldn't be an earthquake. Moreover, the direction of the shaking was wrong. It was the array that had been set up at the outermost periphery. Originally, the array hadn't been activated in order to attract the remnants of the Blood Crow cult. Now, the array had naturally been activated. It was impossible for the Blood Crow cult to directly attack the mountain gate. Chapter 23-26. Even the entire mountain gate was shaken amidst the huge explosion. A series of explosions was heard, and it seemed as if the protective matrix of the mountain was about to be broken. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen to see how he would deal with the founder of the pilgrimage palace who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yi Shiwen's eyes turned and swept across the void. The power of redemption was lingering in his eyes. It looked mysterious and noble. Nothing in the void could hide from his eyes at a glance. Sneaky clowns! Clang! As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, the angel's sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It suddenly flew into the sky and instantly turned into a 1,000-feet-long waterfall, sweeping out in the void. Rumble! There was a violent explosion sound. Several figures were cut in half and fell directly. Everyone could see clearly that these figures were glowing with a kind of silver light under the moonlight. After a closer look, they realized that their bodies were covered with silver-white long hair. They turned out to be hair zombies. The invaders are not real people, but zombies. Hiss! It seems that they are not ordinary zombies. They are zombies of the Sage Realm. The physical bodies of the experts of the Sage Realm are close to perfection. Even if they die in battle, the probability of turning into zombies is not high. Where did they get so many zombies of the Sage Realm? The news has already spread. They clearly know that ordinary great sages are not Senior Ye's opponents, but they still sent Sage Realm experts. Is this just a test? Everyone, keep your spirits up. Maybe we will need to take action later. Liao Liren shouted. Among the hundreds of people present, most of them were legendary true experts. However, there was no lack of existences of the Sage Realm. Most of them had received the favor of the pilgrimage palace in the past. Many people were on guard. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He had already figured it out. It seemed that this was just a test. Using zombies of the Sage Realm as a test meant that the invaders were very generous. Moreover, it seemed that they were determined to win. However, he still underestimated himself. Yi Shiwen didn't care. He let the angel's sword fly in the air and patrol automatically, as if there was a powerful angel guarding the mountain gate. Don't be nervous, it's just a bunch of clowns. Let's continue eating, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Gao Shuexian was the one who showed the most respect. She was the first to slowly eat the food in front of her. Seeing that Gao Shuexian was doing the same, the others slowly relaxed. After all, the two people in charge didn't care, so why would they care? Not long after, another person appeared in the void. However, before he could make a move, he was slashed by the angel's sword and turned into pieces. Someone looked over and immediately cried out in shock. It's an ancient puppet. These puppets are different from modern mechas. They were created by ancient cultivators and are extremely powerful. However, they are rarely seen nowadays, and I've never heard of anyone using them on a large scale. They're actually being used to test the waters. How extravagant! It's obvious that they're not from the same group. It's really the calm before the storm. Many people began to feel nervous. Everyone realized that the opponents they would face would not be as simple as they thought. However, the senior's ancient sword isn't simple either. I'm afraid that it surpasses the divine tools used by the ascended experts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to kill a sage expert in an instant with just a little tool spirit that has been awakened. Yes, with such a divine tool in hand, it doesn't matter how many sage experts come. Even great sages will find it difficult to escape unscathed. If they can't think of a way to contend with it, I'm afraid that they'll only be limited to testing the waters today. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps there really is someone who can bring an ancient magical artifact to contend against your ancient sword. You should know that in the distant past, Earth once had a very powerful inheritance. There were even many gods in the legends. Not all the myths in the ancient legends are fake. There are also many ancient divine tools left from the distant past. Yes, the purple and green twin swords of Mount Shu, the Tai Chi sword of Wudong, and the Kunlun sect have countless divine tools. Even the pilgrimage palace used to have an ancient divine tool. But if that's the case, then I'm afraid that they won't rest until one of them is dead. Damn it! Are they not willing to let go of the last bloodline of the pilgrimage palace? Do they have the face to call themselves a famous sect if they're so ruthless? They can't afford to lose all decorum, so they didn't dare to show up. They're just testing the waters now. However, the power of the angel's sword wasn't just for show. It had killed a sage expert in succession, so it gave everyone great confidence. Otherwise, even the matrix would have been broken by others. Next, there were several more tests. Even the most powerful military mecha appeared in the ranks of the test. Of course, it didn't mean that the military's mecha had appeared. The government's military had appeared in the encirclement and suppression. It was just that the major forces had eyes and ears everywhere. It wasn't surprising that the military was still experimenting with mechas. They even had their own research institutions. The mechas they built were not inferior to the technical level of the military. However, in the end, they couldn't break through the defense of the angel's sword. They were instantly destroyed. Yi Shiwen didn't even intend to capture a few people alive. He beheaded them all. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yi Shiwen finally opened his mouth and said in a clear voice, "I've been watching for so long. Whatever means you have, just use it. This kind of test is meaningless to me." Yi Shiwen's words spread further and further like a loudspeaker. His voice had reached thousands of miles. The real qi in Yi Shiwen's body was also emptied. This time he used his own power, but in an instant he almost recovered with the Phoenix regeneration technique. He felt that the Xiantian realm alone was not enough. He must improve his cultivation and further promote to the truth realm. When this matter was over, he would spend a day to break through. If people knew about this, they would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. For ordinary people, Entering the truth realm from the Xiantian realm was like passing through the gates of hell. The truth realm began to generate its own magical power. Many unreasonable things could be done in the truth realm. It was very difficult. Many people were stuck in the Xiantian realm for their entire lives and couldn't break through. Yi Shiwen spent a day to break through. How could this not make people crazy? Bang! There was a violent fluctuation in the void, and a vast coercion surged and directly bombarded the entire mountain gate. Someone is bombarding us with an ancient instrument. The entire mountain gate was shaking, and everyone was shaken to the ground. Everyone was shocked, and they all flew into the air, releasing their true essence to resist the power of this vibration. A terrifying power surged like a vast ocean and directly blasted through the entire world. If not for the protection of the angel's sword, the entire mountain gate would have been turned into ashes. After going through a great calamity, there were not many arrays left. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to break through. Countless beams of light surged in the void like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. Divine light splashed everywhere, and the sky seemed to be cooked by a powerful force. Countless deep blue flames turned into sparks and fell down. Oh my God, what is that? Isn't that the water moon ring of the Holy Palace? Someone suddenly recognized the ancient instrument that was attacking the mountain gate. An incomparably huge silver ring was growing bigger and bigger in the sky. It was spewing out many blue flames. Yes, it is the water moon ring. Gao Shuexian's small face tightened as she stared at the water moon ring. That's the water moon ring left by my grandfather. However, it was lost 2 years ago. Yi Shiwen looked at the sky and saw the water moon ring that was constantly displaying its power. It turned out to be Gao Qingye's instrument. This instrument had reached the level of a Xian tool. No wonder it had such power. However, it was impossible to display the true power of the water moon ring when a group of great sage experts, or people who hadn't even reached the great sage realm, were controlling it. Since it is ours, then we must take it back. Yi Shiwen waved his hand, and the angel's sword flew into his hand. He flew all the way up and said, "Since you are here, then come out and meet me. I just want to ask, do you hate the Holy Palace that much? Do you have to be so ruthless?" Time flies. The Holy Palace has long lost its meaning of existence. You can't keep it. Why are you so painstakingly searching for it? A low and gloomy voice came. No one knew where it came from. There were terrifying fluctuations coming from afar. Do you dare to come out and say this to me? Yi Shiwen looked at the void with an incomparably firm look in his eyes. You are so timid. Do you think you are qualified to talk to me about this? Humph, Junior, don't think that you are so great. With your cultivation, you dare to pretend to be Gao Qingye's master. It is ridiculous. Suddenly, 7 figures appeared in the void. They were 7 strangely shaped old men. They were dressed in simple robes. Their bodies were bursting with powerful auras. Xia Qingshan's 7 devils. It's them. I didn't expect that the water moon ring would fall into their hands. These 7 people have strange tempers. At the same time, their cultivation is powerful. The eldest of the Xia Qingshan's 7 devils has the cultivation of a great sage. The other 6 also have the cultivation of the sage realm peak. What grievances do you have with the Holy Palace? Yi Shiwen asked. I heard that Gao Qingye has left behind the inheritance of the ancient practitioners. My brothers and I have been cultivating so hard that we can ascend to the heaven realm one day. I think if Gao Qingye was here, he would not disagree. Isn't he known for being extremely righteous and broad-minded? As long as we see the inheritance, we will immediately retreat and never stay. What do you think? Xia Qingshan's 7 devils said, The inheritance of the ancient practitioners that grandfather learned has long been transformed into the inheritance of the Holy Palace. Now the martial arts books have already been emptied. How can there be any left? Gao Shuexian's face was red as she said, childishly, Chapter 23:27. We don't care about that. The boss of Xia Qingshan's 7 devils waved his hand directly and said, "Humph, you want to deceive us with this kind of trick? If we can't get it today, we won't just leave like this." "Humph, do you think you can leave?" "I don't want to say anything more to you. Since the Water Moon treasure ring belongs to the sacred palace, it shouldn't be something that you can control." Yi Shiwen roared. A terrifying energy rushed out of the ring and rushed into his body. Then everyone only saw that a stream of energy was constantly boiling inside his body, growing higher and higher. His strength also rushed to the truth realm in an instant, and in the next second, rushed to the legendary realm, the sage realm, the great sage realm, and continued to grow stronger. A terrifying power swept out, and endless golden light was released from his body. This was a kind of peerless power. In an instant, the power suppressed the whole place. The originally arrogant Xia Qingshan's 7 devils were instantly deterred. This was a kind of supreme majesty that shocked people. In Yi Shiwen's eyes, there was the power of redemption flashing. A part of the power in the ring was completely controlled by him. Great Sage Peak, no more and no less. Although it was not as strong as when he was in the deity, it was enough for now. They didn't know Yi Shiwen's situation. They only thought that Yi Shiwen was hiding his strength. Previously, he was so powerful when he was only in the innate realm. Now that he had recovered to the Great Sage Peak, he was almost the strongest power in the mortal world. What was there to worry about? Even if you are also a great sage, we brothers are not to be trifled with. The eyes of the boss of Xia Qingshan's 7 devils were as cold as ice. After experiencing the initial panic, he had completely recovered at this time. The rest of Xia Qingshan's 7 devils also reacted one after another after hearing his words. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? They had dealt with many great sages in the past. So what? They were also people at the peak of the sage realm. In the human world, they could be regarded as first class. Naturally, they calmed down quickly. Although I don't know where you are from, you still want to pretend to be Gao Qingye's master? You are still far from it. So what if you're really his master? Gao Qingye has already ascended, let alone you. You're already so old. This is no longer your era. Since we're here today, we can't leave empty-handed. This concerns our great cause of ascension. We'll take the lives of anyone who dares to stop us. These Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks were talking at the same time. They were getting more and more arrogant, and they were filled with endless killing intent. Everyone could tell that they had come prepared this time. The 7 of them were at least at the peak of the sage realm. Some of them even had the terrifying killing intention of great sage realm experts. So they had shrouded the entire mountain gate. How could those ordinary female servants who had been invited here withstand such coercion? They instantly vomited blood and were almost crushed to death. How arrogant! You want to ascend to the immortal realm with your petty tricks? How ridiculous! Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. His eyes were ice cold as if he was looking at a group of dead people. Don't be so arrogant. You think you can stop us by yourself? So what if you can? Do you think we're the only ones who want to destroy the pilgrimage palace today? We have plenty of people. As long as you hand over the inheritance, we can leave. The leader of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks erupted with a bone-chilling, killing intent. He rushed towards Yi Shiwen and actually materialized to kill Yi Shiwen on the spot. The killing intent on their bodies was earth-shattering. A terrifying coercion swept out like a vast ocean. It instantly collapsed and swept away everything. How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of me? At this time, Yi Shiwen finally moved. He broke through the coercion and killing intent in an instant. Then he took a step forward firmly and forcefully. It was as if he had stepped on everyone's hearts in an instant, giving them the illusion that their hearts had stopped beating. It was incomparably terrifying. Don't play tricks. Watch me break your martial arts. One of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks stepped forward and attacked directly. The cultivation of the peak of the sage realm was directly spread out. Such cultivation was indeed not ordinary. Laws erupted from his body, forming a network. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen did not use the angel's sword. The angel's sword had been held up by the water moon treasure ring, operated by the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks. In their opinion, Yi Shiwen was not that terrifying without the angel's sword. Therefore, they were not afraid at all. Even if they were only at the peak of the sage realm, they still dared to attack Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen directly raised his hand and slapped down. All the law network collapsed in an instant. The Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks of the sage realm had no time to react. He was directly slapped by Yi Shiwen and died tragically on the spot. His entire body exploded in the air. How is this possible? Impossible. I must be seeing things. Everyone was shocked. Yi Shiwen's cultivation and combat power were really ridiculously strong. Even an ordinary great sage could not give such a terrifying pressure to everyone. It made everyone feel a kind of horror like death. Idiot! I have said that you dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me. The result of showing off in front of an expert is death, Yi Shiwen said slowly. Everyone had heard his voice. Everyone was trembling. They couldn't believe everything that had happened. Yi Shiwen's dreadfulness had completely exceeded their imagination, even without the help of the angel's sword. He had easily killed a senior expert of the Sage Peak realm. At this time, the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks finally understood that they seemed to have provoked a monster that could not be provoked. Not good. Retreat. The Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks of the Sage Realm Peak originally wanted to follow up. At this moment, they wanted to retreat and did not dare to stand in front of Yi Shiwen. But how could Yi Shiwen give them such a chance? His palm directly transformed into the overturning sky seal. The world collapsed instantly. The overturning sky seal fell down fiercely and directly fell on the body of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks. He spurted a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body was instantly torn apart. He could not stop Yi Shiwen at all. Don't worry, everyone. The boss of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks forcibly calmed down and said, he is definitely not using his original cultivation. Otherwise, why didn't he manifest it at the beginning? He must have used some secret technique. He certainly can't hold on for too long. How do you know that I'm not pretending to lure you? Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile. He would never admit that he was right. He wanted to shock everyone in one breath. The rest of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks were suddenly shocked. It was indeed so. There was such a possibility. They originally thought that Yi Shiwen was relying on the angel's sword to be so fierce. Now that they thought about it, they were too naive. How could Yi Shiwen dare to be so arrogant only by relying on the angel's sword? Yi Shiwen said faintly, from the moment you dared to appear, it has already been decided that you will die. Even if the great principal golden deity descends to the world, no one can save you. Arrogant, one of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks said in shock and anger. Yi Shiwen's words had scared him. Then come and try. Yi Shiwen's voice just fell. He took a step and instantly appeared in front of him. He did not have time to react. He saw that Yi Shiwen had already appeared in front of him. Then the overturning sky seal above his head was getting bigger and bigger. Boom! This figure was blown up by Yi Shiwen in the air, turning into a sky full of blood rain, falling from the sky. Another one died. Another one actually died. The Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks had a total of 7 people. Each of them was tyrannical, but their real horror was when the 7 of them joined forces. Even ordinary great sages would be defeated by them. They were not their opponents at all. But now, 3 people had died in one breath. The remaining few people seemed to be unable to hold on for long under Yi Shiwen's offensive. Swish! But only a thunderous sound was heard. Yi Shiwen appeared again in front of one of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks. The sword in his hand turned into a sword, and it pierced into the stomach of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks, killing him on the spot. No, the boss of the Xia Qingshan's 7 freaks was going crazy. Just like the Blood Crow Archbishop, he could only watch his subordinates being beheaded by Yi Shiwen. There was no way at all. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. Every time he wanted to stop, he found that Yi Shiwen had already beheaded him. Are you still not coming out? If you don't come out, I won't care anymore. He roared angrily at the darkness, as if there was someone hiding in there. He was just a pawn. He was originally happy to be a pawn of these people. Anyway, he only wanted to get what he wanted. Moreover, he had seized the Water Moon treasure ring. As long as there were still people alive in the Holy Palace, sooner or later, there would be a hidden danger, and they might come to trouble him at any time. So he was very happy to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. However, being a pawn did not mean being cannon fodder. Why are you in such a hurry? In the darkness, there was an echo. A kind of ghostly atmosphere came from the void. Endless, ghostly energy floated out, mixed with the smell of corpses, which made people want to vomit. Then they saw an old woman walking out of the darkness, step by step, under the light of the searchlight. Everyone finally saw clearly that this was not a human. It was simply an evil ghost. An old woman with white hair walked forward step by step with the help of a cane. Her face was extremely old, and she seemed to have suffered some injuries. From a distance, she was simply like an evil ghost. Her muscles were bulging, and her body carried an unimaginable corpse energy. Is that the legendary evil Ghost Granny? Someone took a deep breath, only feeling cold all over. Why is she here? So, she was the one who controlled the hairy zombies to attack previously. It's really scary. Chapter 23-28. At this moment, many people recalled the rumors about the evil Ghost Granny. However, these rumors were clearly not good. Many of the rumors about the evil Ghost Granny caused people's hair to stand on end when they heard them. The evil Ghost Granny hadn't appeared for a long time. However, her reputation had skyrocketed. She had cultivated to an extremely high level in a short period of time. She had defeated many powerhouses of the older generation. However, many people thought that she might be someone from the older generation before the Great Cataclysm just by looking at her appearance. Moreover, it was rumored that the evil Ghost Granny loved to drive zombies to fight. Everyone immediately understood the origin of those Sage Realm zombies. The Sacred Palace has been glorious for a while. Now, it's time for it to come to an end. This is in accordance with the will of the heavens. This is how it should be. The evil Ghost Granny said slowly. Her voice was hoarse like that of an evil ghost. It made people shudder when they heard it. Why have you come? Yi Shiwen faintly asked. I've come to sever Gao Qingye's bloodline, the evil Ghost Granny said with an evil grin. Her voice was even more unpleasant to hear. So, you and Gao Qingye have a personal grudge. Yi Shiwen's eyes were revolving with the power of salvation. It was enough to see through all the falsehoods in the world. The evil Ghost Granny nodded and said, Yes, I've come to sever his bloodline. I liked him so much in the past. However, he didn't even spare a glance for me. He caused me to become like this. I'm neither a human nor a ghost. Now, I'm going to destroy the last of his bloodline in the human world with my own hands. Everyone could see that the evil Ghost Granny had been a charming and beautiful woman in the past. However, she had become like this now. How many people had suffered because of love? Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and said, That's right. I've come to sever his bloodline. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and said, Another narcissistic person. So what if he doesn't like you? Besides, you have already entered the evil path. Although I don't know where you obtained the ghost cultivation technique, but you want to forcibly practice the ghost cultivation technique as a human body. Isn't that the same as courting death? Fortunately, you have a kind of Een system, which can ensure that you are neither dead nor alive. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Evil Ghost Granny's complexion changed. She hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be able to see through her even though they had just met. Moreover, he seemed to have seen her in person. However, he didn't know that although Yi Shiwen didn't have the strength of his main body, but his martial arts knowledge and experience were still there. So, it wasn't difficult for him to see through these things. Although Yi Shiwen didn't know what kind of relationship he had with Gao Qingye, but it wasn't important. He just said, "You will die sooner or later if you continue to practice like this. I won't kill you today for the sake of the fate between you and him. Get out of here, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Ha ha ha! Evil Ghost Granny laughed strangely, as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world. "Little kid, you want to pretend to be his master? What a joke! You can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. That old ghost is a self-taught genius. I've watched him become famous throughout the world. How could I not know whether he has a master or not? Although I don't know how you saw through my situation. But if you think you can rely on this to scare me away, then you're wrong. I don't have many years left to live, and I don't want to live anymore. But I'm not willing to give up. That old ghost can ascend to the heavenly realm, but I have to suffer day and night. So, I want him to remember me for all eternity. Whenever he thinks of me, his heart will ache." Ha ha ha! Evil Ghost Granny laughed wildly. Her laughter shattered the clouds in the sky, and her withered body trembled. "You've already turned into a demon." Yi Shiwen sighed and said, "Being like this is also a kind of torture for you. I'll send you on your way." "You think you can do it?" Evil Ghost Granny laughed strangely, and directly grabbed out with her hand. In the void, long hair actually grew. It turned out that Evil Ghost Granny had refined her body into a zombie. Hair zombies originally had an extremely lean physique, but they still turned into a zombie. This was the fundamental reason why she could become a master in less than a few hundred years after Gao Qingye's ascension. The sky suddenly shattered, and in an instant, a powerful sound wave erupted. Many people couldn't bear it, and almost fell to their knees on the spot. Her aura suddenly rose to an extremely powerful level, and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. At this moment, Yi Shiwen also made his move. Without fear, his arm turned into a holy sword, and he slashed out with the buried heaven sword. The sky was split open. Boundless divine power burst out from his body. Boom! Yi Shiwen's divine power spread out all the Yin evils. In front of Yi Shiwen's pure yang power, the Yin power was nothing at all. Evil Ghost Granny seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing in the world, and her scream pierced through the sky. Yi Shiwen's divine power seemed to be burning her body. She retreated again and again, and continued to erupt with Yin power to suppress Yi Shiwen's divine power. She looked at Yi Shiwen again, and her expression was incomparably shocked. She didn't expect Yi Shiwen's body to contain such an astonishing pure yang power. He was actually able to injure her. The holy mountain was shaking in such a collision, as if it would collapse at any time. Just the aftermath of such a confrontation could completely injure people. "You alone! No one can stop me from killing that vile spawn today!" The evil Ghost Granny screamed. Then her body suddenly exploded. Her originally withered body slowly became plump, becoming extremely plump. In an instant, it became an incomparably huge figure. It was the size of a small mountain. Her figure became taller and taller, but the gloomy aura around her became even denser. How is this possible? Is this the legendary magical power of the law of heaven and earth? Everyone was stunned by the huge ghostly figure, and an indescribable chill rushed from the soles of their feet to their heads, making them tremble involuntarily. This was an instinctive fear that came from the soul. However, Yi Shiwen activated the Eye of Redemption and immediately saw what it was. It was the evil Ghost Granny's zombie true body. She had already sacrificed her own body to become a zombie. It could be said that she wasn't ruthless. Otherwise, the yang energy in the body of a mortal couldn't be cultivated into a ghost cultivator. Even an extreme yin constitution would contain yang energy. It was just a matter of how much. However, a ghost cultivator had to completely transform their body into a yin attribute body. There was no other way other than becoming a zombie. This huge zombie looked up to the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar, as if it wanted to bring the entire Mars into its kingdom of the dead under its jurisdiction. Little kid, so what if you have the power of extreme yang? In this world, yang can subdue yin, but yin can also subdue yang. Evil ghost Granny laughed sinisterly. Then, she stretched out her huge hand and grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. I'm going to suck all the blood in your body to make up for my loss. The entire pilgrimage palace was trembling, as if it was going to completely collapse under this claw. Many people below felt a sharp, piercing sound coming towards them, and their eardrums were about to shatter in an instant. The zombie that evil ghost Granny had turned into was too terrifying. As she had said, yang could subdue yin and yin could subdue yang. Everything was uncertain, and it all depended on who was stronger. Everyone felt a suffocating feeling. In an instant, the sky was covered, and an oppressive aura filled everyone's heart. Insignificant skill. Although yin can subdue yang, or yang can subdue yin, you'll have to be stronger than me first. Yi Shiwen's arm transformed into a huge sword, and a sword light shot out. In an instant, evil ghost Granny let out a blood-curdling scream. Her ghostly claw was pierced through. She wasn't injured, but was pierced through. Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship cultivation had already reached a certain level. His main body had already condensed a swordsmanship incarnation, and his understanding of swordsmanship had also risen to the level of the laws. It was incomparably sharp, and it was instantly pierced through. Moreover, there was no way to recover in a short period of time. All kinds of laws were entangled in it. Although it couldn't compare to the power of the main body, it was still very powerful. Evil ghost Granny retracted her claw and looked at Yi Shiwen with a sinister look. Your swordsmanship is very strong, but your strength isn't enough to display its full potential. After all, it's not your own strength. You're at the end of your rope. She laughed sinisterly and covered her palm with yin qi. Then, she rushed forward and fought with Yi Shiwen again. Even though she was at a disadvantage, she didn't want to retreat. She had gone completely crazy. If she didn't kill Gao Shuexian, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of her life. Die. She laughed sinisterly, and the yin qi on her body almost formed an armor on the surface of her body. Gusts of chilly wind blew, and she was like a real ghost king. She instantly pierced through everything, and her yin qi overflowed in all directions, wrapping around Yi Shiwen. She wanted to kill him on the spot. And within these gusts of chilly wind, there were countless malicious spirits that directly rushed into Yi Shiwen's divine sense. They wanted to turn Yi Shiwen into an idiot on the spot. Boom! A powerful force erupted from Yi Shiwen's body and instantly destroyed these resentful spirits. All of them turned into green smoke. It was unknown how long this evil ghost Granny had been nurturing them, but now they were all killed by Yi Shiwen in a flash. Come! Yi Shiwen suddenly waved his hand, and the angel's sword, which was originally confronting the water moon treasure ring, suddenly fell into his hand. An astonishing sword light instantly burst out and traversed the vast sky. Puchi! The sword light swept across the vast sky and pierced through everything on the spot. It pierced through the evil ghost Granny's body. This time it wasn't her palm that was pierced, but her entire body. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in her body and strangled her already weak spirit. Boom! Her huge body directly fell from the clouds, and she died tragically. Chapter 23-29. Evil Ghost Granny, who was so powerful that many people trembled in fear, died in the hands of Yi Shiwen. She didn't even have the upper hand from beginning to end. This was the most terrifying part. This was a complete suppression. Yi Shiwen didn't give her the slightest chance from beginning to end. This was the most terrifying part. In the eyes of many people, Yi Shiwen's strength had probably reached a shocking level. With such a tyrannical cultivation, it wasn't impossible to say that he was Gao Qingye's master. The only doubt was that Gao Qingye had ascended, but Yi Shiwen as his master hadn't ascended? Could it be that there was some unknown reason behind this? The evil ghost granny died tragically, and the gloomy aura in the sky dissipated. However, there was still endless darkness. Yi Shiwen looked into the void and said, "Come out, all of you. I'll take on whatever grudges you have with the pilgrimage palace." Sigh, in the end, it still has to be like this. Suddenly, a sigh rang out from the darkness, and a trembling figure walked out from within. It was an old man with green hair, and he looked thin and withered, as if he could be blown away by the wind at any time. "Why do you have to come one by one? It's a waste of time. Why don't you come together?" Yi Shiwen said. He naturally had his own considerations for saying this. The simplest reason was that his martial power couldn't support so many people one by one. The remaining energy in the ring would decrease with each use. "There's no need. As long as you defeat me, today's matter will end here," the old man said slowly. Unlike his trembling body, his voice was completely sonorous and powerful. "That's Saint Qingji." In Pilgrimage Mountain, someone suddenly opened his eyes wide, recognizing the identity of this old man. He had an incredulous look on his face. How could it be Saint Qingji? Didn't he die a few hundred years ago? Rumor has it that he was a peerless genius who could compete with Senior Gao. I don't know why he couldn't ascend later. Rumor has it that he died a few hundred years ago. I didn't expect to see him again. Hiss! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they felt a chill run down their spine. This was a true expert of the same generation as Gao Qingye. Most of the people of that generation had already achieved success and fame, ascended, or even died, leaving behind an illustrious reputation. Even those like the evil ghost granny who rose later could stir up the world. Everyone had a special kind of fear towards the existences of their generation. In the past, it was not that there were no cultivators on earth. However, before the catastrophe, the laws of heaven and earth were broken, and there was not enough spiritual energy. Even if there were cultivators, they would hide in the mountains of the major sects and would not come out easily. It was not until after the catastrophe that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was restored. Countless spiritual energy poured down from the heaven realm, making the world suitable for cultivation again. It was precisely because of this that a large number of experts of the new generation were born. Among them, be it Gao Qingye or old Saint Qingji, they were both outstanding figures of the past. Even though hundreds of years had passed, their fame had not faded in the slightest. These were the peerless experts of their generation. Can you represent them? Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and said. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not mind killing all of these people who came to attack him. These people could not escape from the destruction of the Holy Palace a few years ago. I think it's possible. Old Saint Qingji nodded. There is no need to shed more blood today. As long as you can defeat me, then everything will be written off. Gao Qingye and I have been rivals for many years. Now, I never thought that I would have the opportunity to fight with his legendary master. I don't care where you come from, but don't insult his name. I don't need you to tell me that. Yi Shiwen shook his head coldly and said, Don't pretend that you have a good relationship with him. Do you still dare to say that you have a friendship with him? Moreover, read it off? You think too much. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the Holy Palace, including the servants and handymen. Now, there are only a few people left. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just write it off? Yi Shiwen sneered and said, If you come now, I will kill you right now. It doesn't matter if you are timid and don't come now. In the future, When Xiaoxian is successful, he will naturally find you one by one to settle the score. Arrogant boy, don't go too far. An old voice came from the darkness. It was the roar of an old monster who was hiding somewhere. Yi Shiyun's strength had already made them want to retreat. They did not want to fight to the death with such a strong person. In their opinion, even if Yi Shiyun was not Gao Qingye's master, he could be said to be at the peak in terms of strength. In the current martial arts world, there were not many people who could compete with him. It would naturally be best if they could write it off. However, Yi Shiyun was like a mad dog and would not let go even if he died. Suddenly, they were furious. So what if I went too far? Besides, even if I went too far, can I be compared to you people? My disciple has been unstoppable all his life. He should not end up like this. Yi Shiyun said faintly. Either come and let me kill you now, or wash your neck clean and come back to settle the score. The golden divinity on Yi Shiyun's body was dazzling. There was a divine aura flowing around him. He was not afraid at all. Standing alone in the sky, he was like the only sun in the world, about to cool this side of the world. Go! I don't believe that with so many of us, how can we not be a match for him alone? Someone in the darkness said angrily. Obviously, he was completely angered by Yi Shiyun's arrogant words. In this case, no matter what, Yi Shiyun would not let them go. Then they might as well counterattack at this time. Maybe there would be some chance of winning. Although Yi Shiyun was tyrannical, they were not easy to deal with. That's good. I will kill all of you together. It will save me the trouble of looking for you one by one. Yi Shiyun said faintly. He was not afraid at all. One person's aura was enough to compete with thousands of soldiers and horses. One person blocked the aura that erupted from everyone. Haven't you all already handed over to me to deal with? It's fine if I win, but if I lose, you all will not be a match for him. Just leave as soon as possible. Old sage Qing Ji glanced at the boundless darkness behind him, and then said firmly, You still understand some things, but it's a pity that you are not a match for me. Yi Shiyun sighed, shook his head, and said, How will you know if you don't try? I believe in fate too much in my life. Gao Qingye doesn't believe in fate, so he can ascend. Today, I came to borrow the letter that he left behind to take a look. As long as you hand it over, I will leave immediately. Old sage Qing Ji said clearly, Don't talk so much nonsense. If you come to hit us when we are down, then you come to hit us when we are down. You don't need to find so many excuses for yourself. Yi Shiyun said faintly, Well, I won't say much. Old sage Qing Ji sighed, and the real elemental energy in his body instantly boiled like a vast sea. It ignited the void in an instant, as if it wanted to burn the sky and boil the sea. The strength of a veteran great sage broke out in an instant. He was wearing an emerald green divine robe. It was incomplete, but the quality was extremely high. It protected his whole body. At this time, he was no longer as skinny as before. On the contrary, he had become tall and straight, like a matchless god of war. His whole body looked green from head to toe. Boom! He pressed down towards Yi Shiyun, and a gust of wind suddenly erupted. It blew away everything in the world, as if it wanted to shatter everything. Humph! Yi Shiyun snorted coldly. He was too lazy to say anything. He blasted out a punch on the spot. He didn't even use the angel's sword. He let the angel's sword block the water moon treasure ring. The fist energy distorted the air, smashed everything, and blasted directly towards the big hand. Boom! There was a fierce collision. Every inch of the sky was shattered, forming a chaos that made people feel terrified. That was the real strength of the battle between two great sage-level figures. Pucci! Blood splattered out. It was none other than old sage Qing Ji. His palm was simply a mess. It looked like minced meat. Blood splattered out, exposing the white bones. He had been injured by Yi Shiyun. How is this possible? His holy armor is refined by an ancient great sage. He is almost invincible when he wears the holy armor. Even a great sage tool would find it difficult to break it, let alone bare hands. What kind of monster is he? How can his body be so terrifying? God, what kind of method is this? What kind of body is that? It is even more terrifying than the body of a demon beast. Many old monsters exclaimed in the darkness. They belonged to the same generation as old sage Qingji. Perhaps they also belonged to the same level of strength. They had heard of such a famous great sage tool even if they hadn't fought against each other. However, they had never heard of anyone who could contend against it with their body. Even Saint Qingji's eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. He did not believe that such a shocking thing could happen. It was simply impossible. If any random person could be so terrifying, then what was the point of him wearing the saint armor? His hand wasn't covered by the holy armor. However, a great sage tool naturally wouldn't be so simple. He only felt a powerful force bombarding his internal organs. He suppressed it with great difficulty with all the martial power in his body. Take my punch! Old sage Akiji let out a loud roar, stirring up the power of heaven and earth, cooling everything. A green divine wind manifested on his fist, and the laws wrapped around it one by one. It was as though in this pitch-black night, he was the only source of light between heaven and earth. Bang! His fist smashed the sky and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Chapter 2330. Elder Sage Qingji's punch was like the first gust of violent wind in the world. It swept everything and completely destroyed everything in the world. It directly shrouded Yi Shiwen. Humph, your fist technique is far from perfect. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He clenched his fist, and golden fist energy overflowed from his fist. Human Tao fist! His punch instantly blasted out a huge world. The sky was covered under this world, suppressing everything. The terrifying power of the world was displayed incisively and vividly at this time. What kind of martial arts is that? Everyone was shocked and looked at Yi Shiwen. They did not know what kind of fist technique Yi Shiwen had created in the void was. This was a fist technique that was beyond the limits of their understanding. It was far beyond what they had learned and what they knew. In their knowledge, they had never heard of such a powerful fist technique that could actually create a world. Compared to this fist technique, everything they had learned before was weak. They were not on the same level at all. Originally, they thought that Yi Shiwen would not be able to withstand Elder Sage Qingji's fatal punch. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would have such a technique? The violent storm that old Sage Qingji had blasted out shattered inch by inch in an instant. He was completely suppressed in all aspects. He was far inferior to Yi Shiwen, whether it was his martial power, the grade of his martial arts, or the comprehension of his fist technique. Although Yi Shiwen had only cultivated for a few hundred years, he possessed the mysterious space. His cultivation experience was more profound than those old monsters who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Elder Sage Qingji was unwilling. Yi Shiwen's world was becoming more and more powerful. He wanted to struggle, but there was no way. He could not get around Yi Shiwen. Break! Elder Sage Qingji's body constantly erupted with powerful divine power. The green brilliance rushed into the sky as if it had a life of its own. It wanted to escape from Yi Shiwen's hand and constantly trembled. He wanted to break free from Yi Shiwen's hand with the power of the holy armor and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Rumble! A tsunami-like voice surged from Akiji's body as a powerful force erupted from his body. This powerful force also triggered an even more powerful force. The sacred armor was awakened by this force, providing him with endless power. It instantly turned into a ray of light that soared into the sky. It tore the sky and instantly escaped from the suppression of Yi Shiwen's world of humanity. Boom! The intense collision was like the sound of steel breaking, instantly bursting out. Many people who heard this sound felt so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit. It was really too terrifying. This kind of feeling was heart-wrenching. He escaped. Old Sage Akiji escaped from the hands of Senior Yi. Someone exclaimed. They didn't know Yi Shiwen's real name. They only knew that his surname was Yi, from Liao Liren. Elder Sage Akiji relied on the power of the holy armor to escape from Yi Shiwen's attack. He finally regained his foothold and wanted to fight with Yi Shiwen again. But how could Yi Shiwen give him this opportunity? He let out a long roar on the spot and chased after him. The peerless sharpness erupted. He directly blasted out a punch. In an instant, the same world of humanity blasted down. This was a vast and mighty power. It seemed as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. It broke through the horizon and made people feel as if they were going to be crushed by it. Elder Sage Akiji let out a long roar. His green hair fluttered and the holy armor burst with amazing light. He directly punched out. Boom! The sky was suddenly pierced by the fist technique of the two. It pierced through the past and the present, and instantly struck out with the power of creating the world. Rumble. A series of explosions sounded. Everyone on the pilgrimage mountain was suppressed by this force. They couldn't raise their heads at all. The power of a great sage surpassed them by too much. Even the sage realm was no exception. They couldn't compare with a great sage at all, not to mention that these two were at the peak of the great sage realm. Only Gao Shuexian had the restriction left by Yi Shiwen, so there was no problem. She could stand and watch the two people fighting in the sky. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and old Sage Qingji let out a muffled groan. Everyone realized that a huge bloody hole had appeared in his chest. Yi Shiwen's fist had penetrated through the sky and had passed through all obstacles. It had shattered his holy armor and had blasted a huge bloody hole in his chest. How is this possible? Even the holy armor was pierced. How can his fist technique be so powerful? The power of a great sage should be very difficult to pierce through. Many people were shocked. Even those old monsters hiding in the darkness were the same. They all knew Akiji's strength very well. Just now it was still fine. After all, Akiji's arm was not covered by the holy armor. However, his chest was the most tightly covered part of the holy armor. How could it be pierced through? Blood splashed out. Elder Sage Akiji coughed continuously and coughed out blood. His body was already very old. At this time he was on the verge of collapse. How can you pierce through my holy armor? Elder Sage Akiji's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Because my fist is harder than your holy armor. There is nothing that I can't break, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Boom! Yi Shiwen's tyrannical power broke out. Elder Sage Akiji felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body was about to turn stiff. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist blasted out and pierced through the void. It was as if it had directly bombarded from the other end of the long river of history. It was so strong that ordinary people couldn't understand it. What kind of power is this? It's so scary, someone exclaimed. Then they only saw Yi Shiwen's fist directly shatter Elder Sage Akiji's holy armor. His fist stopped 3 inches in front of Elder Sage Akiji. Elder Sage Akiji's turbid eyes flashed with a rare clarity. At that moment, he almost thought that he was dead. He couldn't block this punch at all. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes dimmed a lot. Why didn't you kill me? You should be glad that you said that you came to read the letter and not to sever the bloodline. Otherwise, do you think that you would still be alive? Yi Shiwen looked at Elder Sage Akiji and said with a cold smile. Only now did everyone understand why Yi Shiwen wanted to kill evil Ghost Granny and Xia Qingshan's 7 monsters. They wanted to kill Gao Shuexian. Naturally, they had touched Yi Shiwen's reverse scale. Yi Shiwen couldn't take care of the pilgrimage palace. Such an accident had happened to the pilgrimage palace. Now, these people actually wanted to sever the bloodline. This completely enraged Yishiwen. I understand. I've lost. Elder Sage Akiji coughed out a mouthful of blood and said, Today I had a delusion. I deserve this. This matter has nothing to do with me anymore. I'm leaving. Elder Sage Akiji staggered and slowly disappeared into the void. On the other side, the boss of Xiaqingshan's 7 monsters was about to escape. Yi Shiwen said loudly, Did I say that you can leave? Do you still want to kill us all? The boss of Xiaqingshan's 7 monsters roared angrily. So what if I do? You have done such things many times. Now, you are pretending to be innocent in front of me. I want to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. I want to see how many people want to test whether their necks are harder or my sword is harder. Yi Shiwen said. The face of the boss of Xiaqingshan's 7 monsters was red. He was completely infuriated by Yi Shiwen's words. It was simply too much. Not only did he want to kill them all, but he also wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. He had become the sacrificial chicken. He was a dignified great sage. Unlike the guy who entered the great sage realm through trickery like the Blood Crow Archbishop, he was a genuine great sage realm. Now he was being looked down upon. However, the person in front of him really had such strength. He did not know that for Yi Shiwen, he was no different from a chicken, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Of course, he had to kill a few powerful chickens to scare the monkeys living in the dark. If he didn't care about the energy, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill all these old fellows in the dark. However, he suddenly stopped thinking about it. He had killed enough today. He would leave the rest to Xiaoxian when he grew up. He did not believe that he, a dignified god, could not teach a qualified disciple. I'll fight with you. The boss of Xiaqingshan's 7 monsters roared. He was about to pounce on Yi Shiwen, but at the critical moment he quickly retreated and fled in the opposite direction. Idiot, do you think you can escape? Yi Shiwen did not give in at all. He stepped forward, and the angel's sword suddenly appeared. It turned into an amazing sword light and blasted forward. Boom! The boss of Xiaqingshan's 7 monsters was hit by the angel's sword on the spot. He did not have Saint Qing Ji's holy armor to protect himself. He screamed on the spot and was killed by the angel's sword. His physical body was torn apart and scattered in the sky. Those old guys in the dark were completely shocked. Obviously, Yi Shiwen's way of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had a very good effect. They were completely deterred by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen easily beheaded several great sages, which completely frightened them. The cultivation that they were proud of was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen, let alone threatening Yi Shiwen with it. They were completely threatened by Yi Shiwen, but they had to endure it. Otherwise, they suspected that Yi Shiwen would kill them on the spot. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath. This energy had been consumed by more than half after a series of battles. The remaining part would naturally dissipate later. Suddenly, he raised his head and smiled. Since a friend from the Beast Clan is here, why don't you come out and meet me? Everyone was shocked. How come we don't know that there are people from the Beast Clan spying on us? Chapter 2331. Yi Shiwen said as he stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed the Water Moon treasure ring. The Water Moon treasure ring struggled for a moment and was suppressed by Yi Shiwen's Celestial Emperor tool refining art. The Emperor level power technique was naturally very useful at this time. This level of martial tool could not resist the Celestial Emperor tool refining art, especially after the death of Xia Qingshan's 7 devils. There was no one to control it. For him, it was just a slight effort. He had already refined the Water Moon treasure ring in a moment. He threw it directly, and the Water Moon treasure ring flew into Gao Shuexian's hand on Mount Pilgrimage. It was like a bracelet and was worn on her wrist. However, No one paid attention to this at this time. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The war between the demon beasts and the human race had lasted for thousands of years since the Great Cataclysm. It could be said that the human race could not expand outwards because they were being held back by the demon race. They couldn't even fight their way out of the solar system. Jupiter had almost become the base camp of the demon beasts. If the human race wanted to leave the solar system, they would have to overcome the huge problem of the demon beasts. Both sides had already formed a blood feud for thousands of years. It was unknown how many people of the human race died in the hands of the demon beasts every year. It was not the same as the base camp of the human race. Although there were some demon beasts, they were not enough to cause a disaster. On Mars, the demon beast forces were very huge, and they were also quite rampant. On Mars, the flames of war were still raging. Everyone present was the elite experts of the human race. How could they not have fought with the demon beasts? In the sects and clans, it could be said that many had died in the hands of the demon beasts. However, no one would doubt Yi Shiwen's words. After all, with his tyrannical cultivation, it was normal for him to find the traces of the demon beasts that everyone couldn't find. You still don't come out? Do you want me to catch you? Yi Shiwen's big hand clawed towards the void. In that incomparably dark night, a figure suddenly appeared. A huge figure appeared in the void. In the darkness, those old antiques were shocked. A demon beast was hiding nearby, but they didn't sense it at all. If it had attacked, wouldn't they all be annihilated? At this time, the demon beast was forced out by Yi Shiwen, and they finally saw what it was. This was a creature that looked like a pitch-black snake. It was a two-headed snake, and its bloodline was different. It was especially good at hiding, and it had almost no aura at all. Its body was also ice-cold, and it was very difficult to be discovered. Since you're here, then stay. Yi Shiwen didn't know how this news had spread so far and wide that even demon beasts had come. In the past 1,000 years, humans had developed rapidly and countless experts had emerged. However, compared to the demonic beasts, they still did not have much of an advantage. They could only barely maintain a balance. Humans also had the means to develop science and technology. One could imagine that there was no lack of experts among the demonic beasts. Roar! The two-headed snake roared. As it surged, wind and thunder surged, and heaven and earth shook. It turned out to be a great saint-level vicious beast. It had been hiding nearby, and none of the great sages had noticed it. Although most of their attention was attracted by Yi Shiwen, there were great sages and masters of a region. It was very strange that they didn't even notice that a demon beast was close to them. Looking at this two-headed snake, many people were even more shocked in their hearts. That's the double-headed snake. I remember now. Isn't it the monster that destroyed an entire bee squadron and swallowed every single person in it 10 years ago? Some of the people present had military backgrounds. How could they not remember these vicious beasts that had committed heinous crimes? They were all recorded in their records. Although not every vicious beast could be remembered, such a vicious beast that destroyed a subfleet level was a monstrous giant. They couldn't not remember it, even if they wanted to. So it's him. No wonder he could get so close to us. It's said that this beast is best at hiding his tracks. It's said that he didn't even get discovered when he brushed past the reinforcements. He's amazing. Swish! This two-headed snake's huge body twisted and sprayed venom toward Yi Shiwen. It was almost like a bow and arrow. It instantly arrived in front of Yi Shiwen and shrouded him. Yi Shiwen grabbed the angel's sword in his hand. Under his urging, the sword light instantly skyrocketed. A soaring sword intention soared into the sky, and the venom that sprayed over instantly burst. Immediately afterward, the sword light in his hand did not diminish. On the contrary, a huge sword net was intertwined in an instant, and it directly rushed toward the two-headed snake. It shrouded one of the heads of the two-headed snake in the air. The terrifying sword net formed by the sword light of the angel's sword instantly shattered the space, and directly suppressed one of the huge heads. Puff! Blood splashed out. This big snake turned over and screamed. Its entire head was blown up in the air. It couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's sword light at all. Its physical body was very strong, but how could it stop the sword light of the angel's sword? This was a martial instrument that was sacrificially refined by the emperor. Although he had not yet achieved Tao at that time, it was extraordinary and far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This two-headed snake seemed to have the bloodline of some exotic beast. It could be said that it had cultivated to the great sage realm. Coupled with its innate magical power, it was very easy to hide. Even if it encountered a great sage realm master who was more powerful than it, it would be difficult to deal with it. But unfortunately, it encountered Yi Shiwen. Bang! The huge snake's head exploded completely under Yi Shiwen's sword light. It was completely fragmented and turned into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. A terrifying power spread in all directions. Roar! This two-headed snake screamed again and again. In the sky, it was constantly tumbling. The void was constantly shattered by the rolling body. It kept tumbling in the sky. Many big shots looked at this scene and watched the two-headed snake's head being crushed. This kind of scene was simply shocking, especially compared to before. Although Yi Shiwen had beheaded a great sage before, it was still more shocking compared to such a huge scene. An invincible great sage, level vicious beast that could destroy a powerful subfleet had its head crushed so easily by Yi Shiwen. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat as they watched. None of the previous battles looked as horrifying as this one. The twin-headed snake finally understood that it had probably hit an iron plate this time. It immediately turned around and frantically flew into the distance. But how could Yi Shiwen let it escape? The sword light flew directly and slashed down on the spot. Puff! The remaining head of the two-headed snake was also blown up by Yi Shiwen in the air. The huge body fell directly on the spot and was caught by Yi Shiwen into the ring. The body of a great sage realm beast was a treasure from top to bottom. This was already a top-notch creature in the mortal world. An ordinary person couldn't even see it once, let alone killing a great sage realm demon beast. With this lesson in mind, the old monsters hiding in the darkness spread out their divine senses to scan the surroundings. Only then did they feel relieved. After keeping the body of the two-headed snake, Yi Shiwen said loudly, "If there is nothing else, get out of here. I don't want to see you now. If I see you again, then don't blame me for being rude." As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, these old monsters who wanted to leave turned into a group of light and disappeared. Ordinary people couldn't see their traces, but Yi Shiwen could see them clearly. Yi Shiwen received the energy and landed on the ground. Originally, he wanted to spend some time in closed-door training to break through to the truth realm. But after absorbing this huge amount of energy, he smoothly stepped into the truth realm and didn't even need to face the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, he rushed into the second level of the truth realm in one fell swoop. Now, he could fly on his own without the help of demon wings. He returned to the main seat and said loudly, "This time, I am very grateful that everyone came to help me. I will repay you in the future. Senior, you are too polite. We really didn't do anything. Yeah, these are all solved by Senior himself. We are ashamed. These are all what we should do. But our pilgrimage palace will be closed for a while. I hope everyone can bring my words out. In the future, I will take charge of everything related to the pilgrimage palace. If there are any grievances, just look for me." Yi Shiwen said loudly. There were only 2 or 3 kittens left in the pilgrimage palace. It was not suitable to rebuild it. He wanted to bring Xiaoxian along now, and the rest did not matter. Although everyone was puzzled as to why the pilgrimage palace was closed, they did not have any say in this matter. Yi Shiwen had defeated many famous experts. Even old sage Qing Ji had been defeated by him. This news quickly spread throughout the entire cultivation world along with these individual practitioners. It was especially true for the higher-ups. This news had spread overnight. Everyone knew that the Holy Palace had produced a ridiculously powerful ancestor, although many people had some doubts. When did Gao Qingye, who had always been self-taught, have such a master? They had never heard of it before. There was no news at all. However, Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength couldn't be faked. Even if it was an ordinary great sage, he could kill them easily without any exception. Many people suddenly became nervous. It didn't matter whether Yi Shiwen's identity as a master was real or fake. However, he still had to put on an act. Moreover, he had issued such a strong declaration before. He wanted to settle the scores with them one by one. This made many big shots who had a guilty conscience to begin with suddenly become nervous. Chapter 23:32. If Yi Shiwen had not made such a tough declaration, they might have felt better. However, Yi Shiwen's words were getting tougher and tougher. He had no intention of settling this matter peacefully. This made many big shots even more frightened. They didn't know where this old monster came from. He was so strong. Whether he was Gao Qingye's master or not, he made them restless. If this person was easy to deal with, he might have been eradicated a long time ago. However, everyone already knew that this person was not easy to deal with. Ordinary great sage was not his opponent. He seemed to be unafraid of being besieged. This made this person look even more troublesome. No one knew whether this person was an enemy or a friend, but the only thing that was known was that this person's strength was extraordinary. Perhaps he was really Gao Qingye's master. 10 days later, on a mountain road outside Fuzhou Bay City on Earth, a young man in casual clothes walked slowly. Beside him, there was a little girl who was only a few years old. She looked smart and cute. Although the young man's stride was quite big, this smart little girl could keep up completely. Her face was not red, and she was not out of breath. "Xiao Xian, how do you feel now?" The young man just walked forward and asked without looking back. These two people were Yi Shiwen and Xiao Xian. "Grandmaster, Phoenix Regeneration Arcane Fruit has a miraculous effect. I have been able to slowly stabilize my injury. I believe that with the progress of my cultivation, the original root of the disease will be completely eradicated." Xiao Xian said unhurriedly. She was well-behaved and had no special characteristics. However, when she said it with her childish little face, she looked extraordinarily cute. After more than 10 days of recuperation, coupled with Yi Shiwen's teaching of Phoenix Regeneration to Xiao Xian, she was able to stabilize her injury by herself at this time. Yi Shiwen did not treat her again. He let her slowly recover on her own. It had an immeasurable effect on deepening the understanding of Phoenix Regeneration Arcane Fruit. This experience would also have an immeasurable effect on her future cultivation. However, Yi Shiwen was slightly surprised by little Xian's talent. It was as if he saw the shadow of Xiaoya in the past. Little Xian was even better than Xiaoya. He had just passed down the Phoenix Regeneration technique a few days ago, and little Xian was already able to use it. Such talent was indeed quite shocking. However, he also knew that talent was one thing. If it was not properly nurtured, such amazing talent would also be wasted. It hadn't been long since he had returned to Earth, and he had finally received news about his family. Thousands of years had passed, and the world had changed. Mountains and seas had been moved. It was completely different from thousands of years ago. Even Yi Shiwen's family in his previous life had been annexed by the expanded base city. However, he did not give up on the search. Instead, he spent a lot of money and sent people to search in secret. The modern world's technology was so advanced that it was not difficult to find a person. However, it was not easy to find a person from thousands of years ago. Yi Shiwen even felt that it might be impossible to find him at all. Unless the main body personally descended and used a great divine ability to calculate, it would be impossible to find them at all. It was even possible that they had all died in the Great Catastrophe. And now there was finally news. Qingyun Mountain's Zhang family had risen in the Great Catastrophe. Outstanding figures had appeared in every generation. The current Zhang family's Zhang Li had been on the front line against demon beasts for a long time. He had made outstanding military achievements. Later, he became one of the most powerful people in the country. Now that he had retired, he still had a great influence. Thousands of years ago, the Zhang family was just an ordinary family. However, thousands of years later, it had become a rich and powerful family. No wonder Yi Shiwen could not find anything. It turned out that the Zhang family had also been included in the key confidential information. Zhang Rui, the elder brother of Zhang Xian, the first ancestor of the Zhang family, had mysteriously disappeared and never appeared again. This was his name from his previous life, and the information that was passed over only had this one sentence written before it ended. This was all thanks to the Zhang clan's current status. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary commoner, no one's information could be stored for over 1,000 years. However, that name was only recorded because it was related to Zhang Xian. Zhang Rui, such a distant name. Yi Shiwen felt as if it had happened countless years ago, even if he had become a god. But becoming a god did not mean that he had cut off his 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was just that he had buried his emotions deeper so that his actions would not be affected by his emotions. However, it was not that he had cut off his emotions. On the contrary, after hundreds of years of accumulation, this feeling was even more intense. Originally, he thought that he would never have the chance to return to Earth in this life. He could only bury his feelings in the bottom of his heart. Now that he had found out about it, his longing was like a surging tide. Although he had prepared for it, but when he really saw the records, his parents were just ordinary people. They had never practiced martial arts in their life and eventually died a natural death. In that kind of chaotic situation, ordinary people didn't even dare to say that they had a future. The reason why his parents were able to pass away peacefully was because of the unexpected rise of his younger brother, Zhang Xian. Although he only managed to cultivate to the legendary realm, he laid the most crucial foundation for the rise of the Zhang family. After that, the Zhang family produced many masters and slowly became one of the few big families in China. The world was really unpredictable. Zhang Xian's younger brother, Zhang Xian, had only lived for more than 700 years. He had died because of the hidden injuries left behind by many years of war. He hadn't been able to live to the legendary realm's limit of 1,000 years. However, this was also normal. After all, the cultivation of a warrior was in defiance of the natural order. Many people had to burn their life to stimulate their potential in order to cultivate. Most people would die before they could even live to half of their limit. Yi Shiwen had also been like this in the past. He had relied on many heavenly treasures to overcome the difficulties. On Earth, the spirit energy had flowed backward from the heavenly realm for only 1,000 years. So, there was not enough time for heavenly treasures to grow. It was unlike the ancient times and Zhanhu, where heavenly treasures were thousands of years old or even tens of thousands of years old. Their foundation was still too poor. The current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Li, was Zhang Xian's eldest son. Compared to Zhang Li, it could be said that the pupil had surpassed the master. Moreover, he had practiced to the peak of the sage realm. He was the person with the highest cultivation in the Zhang family. Speaking of which, Zhang Li was his nephew, his biological nephew. Compared to other relatives, Zhang Li was naturally not as close to him as he was to other relatives. He might have been able to see Zhang Xian if he had come back a few hundred years earlier. However, it was too late now. He had practiced in the true martial world for only a few hundred years. However, 1,000 years had passed on Earth. This indicated that he hadn't been reborn immediately after he had disappeared. Instead, he had drifted for a long time. He had finally figured out all the key points after he had come back. The mountain he was heading towards now was where the ancestral temple of the Zhang family was located. His parents, and younger siblings were buried here. It was impossible for ordinary people to get close to it. However, this was naturally not a problem for Yi Shiwen. He had already entered the mountain quietly. He advanced all the way towards the ancestral temple at the top of the mountain. The ancestral temple didn't have much of a modern atmosphere. It was the same as it had been 1,000 years ago. It had green bricks and red tiles. It looked a little rustic. However, it was very amiable. Yi Shiwen entered the ancestral temple with Xiaoxian. Rows of wooden memorial tablets entered his eyes. He glanced at them. He didn't know all of them. Obviously, they should be the younger generation. The ancestral temple had a total of 7 floors. It looked like a small tower. Although he had arranged guards to stand guard all the way up, they couldn't stop Yi Shiwen. They didn't even realize that Yi Shiwen had already entered the top floor. Compared with the densely packed memorial tablets on the other floors, there were only a few memorial tablets on the 7th floor. The names of his parents, younger sister, and younger brother, Zhang Xian, were listed one by one. Even his own memorial tablet was on the top. On the memorial tablet, there was a yellowed photo of a slightly young man. It was him who had just graduated from university at that time. If one were to take a closer look, one would discover that his appearance at that time was exactly the same as his current appearance. Perhaps this was also the connection between all living beings in the underworld that had allowed him to be reborn into Yi Shiwen's body. These familiar names, names that he had buried for hundreds of years, suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to have mixed feelings. The heartwarming scenes from the past also appeared in front of his eyes. He just stood there in a daze, as if he was possessed. He looked at the memorial tablets of his loved ones, motionless. The sun rose and the moon set. 10 days. Yi Shiwen stood there in a daze for 10 days. It was as if he was possessed. He was motionless, as if he had become a statue. Next to him, Xiaoxian saw that Yi Shiwen seemed to be possessed. Although he didn't know what happened, he simply went straight into cultivation. Ta-ta-ta! Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard, and then 2 figures walked over. One of them was an old man, but his gait was as majestic as a dragon or a tiger, and every step he took gave off a feeling of power. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance and a pair of glasses. They were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that there would be outsiders who could pass through the heavy guards to reach here. "Who are you?" The elegant, middle-aged man suddenly jumped out. A fierce aura instantly erupted from his body. He no longer had the slightest trace of elegance. His cultivation was unexpectedly also in the legendary realm. However, the person in front of him only showed his back. He stood there in a daze, without the slightest intention of moving. The elegant, middle-aged man glanced at the old man next to him. In an instant, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Shiwen's shoulder with a dragon claw. Boom! Suddenly, he felt a burst of imposing aura erupting from the man's body. It automatically formed a protective shield and shook him away.